Alcohol License Review Committee will please come to order. The Alcohol License Review Committee will please come to order. Thank you. All right. Opening the meeting at 5:34 p.m. This meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designee. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they are called by the chair, and each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. After speaking to the committee, please take your seat in the gallery. The public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members until or unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Clerk, do you have any notified absences?
Just one. Chair Landgraf said he would not be here.
Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Beat Arsiloff?
Here.
Gano Spina?
Present.
Donnelly?
Present.
Fletcher?
Yeah.
Grady?
Here.
Landgraf's excused. Skidmore?
Here.
Revere? We have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. First order of business is approval of the minutes of the January 16th meeting of the ALRC Committee. What's your pleasure?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Next, Mr. Clerk, do we have any general public comment?
No.
Okay. Committee, are there any disclosures or recusals? Okay, hearing none. Presentation of the consent agenda. So at this time, the consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action to grant or grant with conditions or refer items. And the way we're going to do it, for people who might not be here often, the clerk is going to read a list of the agenda item numbers. Don't leave yet. Members of the committee can then have items removed from the consent agenda. And anything that remains, we're going to vote on it in one big block. And then if your item has been disposed of, you're welcome to take off. When the time comes, we'll read in detail all of the items that have been dealt with at that time. So, Mr. Clerk, what are the items on the consent agenda?
The items on the consent agenda are recommended grant temporary Class B retail street use permit number 4, change of agents, items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, a request for license issuance extension. It says Frame Shift Arts Cafe. It should actually read Looking for Group Brewing Madison LLC, as the agenda says, for number 24. And then recommend the council to re-refer item number 28, public hearing new license.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee, are there any items you'd like separated from the consent agenda? All right, do I hear a motion? All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. Okay, the consent agenda is passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the agenda or read the consent agenda? Everyone pay attention. If your item is on there, that means it has been dealt with and you are all set for tonight.
Proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting February 20th, 2019. Recommend the council to grant number 4 temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Central Park Sessions, event location McPike Park. Event dates June 22nd, June 23rd, August 7th, 8th, 9th, 14th, and 15th. Number 7, change of agent, Henry Vilas Zoological Society. Number 8, change of agents, Quick Trip Inc., DBA Quick Trip 952. Number 9, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., DBA Quick Trip 961. Number 10, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA CP Mart AW. Number 11, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA CP Mart NE. Number 12, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA CP Mart West. Number 13, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA CP Mart SA. Number 14, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA VR Mobile. Number 15, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, DBA CG Mobile. Number 16, change of agent, Capital Petroleum LLC, CP Mart North. Number 24, third request to extend license issuance beyond 90-day limit under MGO 38.05, looking for Group Brewing Madison LLC. And recommend a council to re-refer number 28, public hearing, new license, Laura Garden LLC, 1403 Regent Street, Class A beer, Class A liquor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, do we have any items that we need to take out of order?
Not yet, not until after the operators.
Okay, so item 1, operator license agenda for Calvin T. Ballantyne. To come on up to the lectern here, please. Yes, please. All right, Captain Friedman, why is this one before us? Why is this application before us?
Good evening, Mr. Ballantyne. So every time we have an applicant who applies to be an operator at a licensed establishment, they go through a routine background check that the police department records team conducts. And there are various guidelines that, if met or if triggered, result in somebody coming up like yourself and getting an opportunity to hear what the concern is, and then to provide any explanation, and then to answer any questions from the group. So what I'll do is I'll state the what triggered the guideline, and then the guideline itself, and then again turn it over to you if you want to provide some background or details, and we'll go from there. So there were 2 arrests from the year 2000, both involving a possession with intent to deliver cocaine. According to our records, they were both convictions, and that is a guideline 1 violation. And basically what that means is that any person convicted of a felony in the state of Wisconsin, it's an automatic trigger. So whether it's 20 years ago or a year ago, whether it's drug related or a crime of violence or you name it, if you have a felony conviction and you apply for an operator license, you're standing up in front of us today. So that's the information, and again, it's your opportunity to provide any details and to answer any questions that the committee chooses to ask. Okay.
Thank you, Captain. Mr. Ballantyne.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, this is, if you would like, you're welcome to provide any context or information. You're not under any obligation to do so, and the committee members can ask you questions after this.
Okay. The convictions was definitely a long time ago. I was in a totally different mind frame, young, under the influence of an older person, misguided. Honestly, I probably ain't get set right until probably 7, 8 years ago. But since then, it's been straight narrow. Haven't done anything on the opposite side of the law. Been working 2 jobs, going to school, got my associate's degree in culinary. Single father, got custody of my child. He's 14. He's going to Memorial High School. I'm just honestly trying to get it together and keep it together. And the job that I have at the hotel, it came with me applying for the operator license, which is why I applied for it. And I guess that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Committee, what questions do you have? I would like to remind you first that our job is to look out for the health, safety, and welfare for the community, and whether somebody needs something for their job is not relevant to our duty here. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ballantyne. And this might be really a question for you and Captain Freeman. In the materials that you provided, the actual kind of application itself, you've cited an offense of possession of firearms from 2008 in Chicago, and then an additional offense in 2011 in Madison from the possession with intent to deliver. Now, it doesn't show up on Captain Freeman's, those two don't show up on Captain Freeman's documentation. Can you go through the offense in Chicago from '08 and the offense from 2011 in Madison, if those are applicable?
Okay, when you say go through them, you mean?
Can you give more context, I suppose, in terms of the possession of firearm offense in Chicago that you disclosed in your report?
Well, the offense in Chicago was basically me feeling like that was the necessary means to protect myself. Definitely turned out to not be the best decision in the world. Not making any excuses, I made the decision that I made. I knew the consequences of the decision that I made. But it was the environment that I was in and me feeling like that was the necessary precaution.
And I'll confirm what you have in writing in terms of you weren't under the influence of alcohol or drugs during the time of that offense?
No, sir.
And then in 2011, the possession with intent to deliver, was that, going by what was put in the sheet, was that a drug-related incident as well, or what was, okay. Was that cocaine as well from 2011? Any additional context you want to provide to the committee on that offense?
I mean, basically, like I said, up until about 6-7 years ago, around the time of that conviction right there,
Yeah.
Basically the results of that conviction was me realizing that I need to choose something different. But that was the life I knew. That's the life I knew. That's the way, the environment that I was raised in, not just the surrounding environment, but the household that I was raised in. That's what I knew. Drugs, gangs, it's what I knew. And basically, I did what I knew. And it took me to get sent to prison and realize that my children are gonna follow in my footsteps if I don't choose a different path, for me to choose a different path.
Well, I appreciate your candor, and thank you for providing the context to the committee. Can I, Captain Freeman, why don't those two offenses appear on the guideline report?
The Chicago incident is that we weren't able to get records from Chicago, and so it's a limited amount of information. We already had the automatic trigger, the opportunity for the committee to come and discuss, and so despite requests being made, we didn't get any information back. And then as far as the more recent drug arrests, so I'm just scanning our system as I'm looking through our folder, and that incident isn't in our system, and there could be reasons why but that wasn't flagged by the records team. But I would also say that, again, there's still that opportunity because of the initial flag, that there's the opportunity for Mr. Ballantyne to discuss it, but that record was not provided to me.
Well, I think, again, Mr. Ballantyne, I think sometimes in these sorts of hearings we deal with kind of, what is it, Guideline 5 issues where there's a failure to disclose, and so we do appreciate, again, your candor and disclosure of the kind of items listed here, so thank you again.
Alder Beater-Seeloff. Right. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mr. Ballantyne. I just have a couple of other questions. And by the way, the reason why we're asking these questions is because Wisconsin state statute does not allow us to grant you a license if you're a convicted felon unless we make a finding that your conviction is not substantially related the act that we're licensing you for. And so we have to make decision, based on your testimony and what's in the record, because the bar is set by the state law that we are not supposed to grant you this license that you're seeking, just so you understand. We're not, doing this because it's our own doing. It's actually state law we have to follow in this matter. So some of my questions were asked and answered, and I appreciate that. Because your most recent conviction, the police captain does not have more detailed information on, can you just share with us what was the disposition of the most recent felony case? What was your sentence, if you can remember the details?
I was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison.
And how long were you incarcerated, sir?
I was about 3.5 years.
And how long were you on Department of Corrections supervision after that?
I was supposed to do 3, I did 1.5.
So you were early discharged by your PL?
Yeah, so basically, upon release, I was sent to a halfway house where I was supposed to be there for 6 months. I went to the halfway house on June 19th. I started school in July, and I started school July 8th, and I started working July 10th. And from that point forth, I had 2 jobs and went to school, and my probation officer saw no need to keep me.
Very good. So remind me, so then I wasn't doing the math. What year would that have been that the
2014.
DOC discharged you?
2014,
2014.
yes.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your rehabilitation. That's really great to hear. I certainly have no problem granting you the license tonight. I'd make the motion unless there's others in the queue. So I formally would move to grant, notwithstanding the felony conviction.
I hear a motion and a second. Alder Peter-Seeloff, do you have additional comment? Captain Fletcher?
Yeah, and this clearly isn't going to alter the decision, nor should it, but just an initial check of CCAP also does show the 2000 convictions, but not the more recent convictions. I certainly believe you when you say that happened, but I'm not sure if there's a name issue or some other records issue, but a check by my folks that I've at least initiated here did not show those either. So I do appreciate your full disclosure and answering the questions of the committee. So.
All right. Alder Peter-Seeloff?
I just want to thank you for allowing us to do this. And again, as my colleague was mentioning, we kind of have to go through this because of state law, but it's wonderful to see what you're doing with your life. And again, thank you. And I know this is not the most pleasant way to be asked questions, so I apologize on behalf of the system.
Alder Revere?
No, I had nothing further. Thank you.
All right, hearing nothing further, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege? You guys have it. Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne. All right, next up, item 2, Caitlin E. Nedza. Come on. You can go on this side. All right, Captain Fletcher. Friedman, sorry.
I guarantee you I've been called worse. And that's not a reflection on anybody in this room. All right. Nedza? Miss Nedza. Okay, good evening. Thank you for coming tonight. So as I told the previous applicant, there's a routine background check that's done every time somebody applies. You submitted your application that made its way to my records team, and they noted, as you indicated on your application, there were a couple of OWIs from 2016. One, it looks like, from June of 2016, which was a first offense. One was August of 2016, which was the second offense, and that we consider that a 3D violation or guideline issue. So guideline 3, and I'll just read it for the audience here. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or license activity, any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for 2 or more offenses arising out of separate incidents in the last 5 years. So we do have that, 2016, 2 separate incidents, and sub D is operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So that's why you get to come up and talk to us tonight.
Okay. I talk now, right? Okay. Sorry. I guess you probably hear this all the time, but I was in a lot different place back then than I am now. People think I'm crazy when I say it, but I'm actually extremely glad that I got in trouble because it made it so that I will never do it again. And I'm thankful for that because I could have hurt somebody, and I don't think I would have been able to live with myself if I had. I work for Mr. Bruce Tap House with Mr. Clemens. I don't know, I guess I'm just in a lot different place than I was. I did this before the Monona Review Board as well, a couple weeks ago, and now I have my license for Monona. Yeah, I guess I don't really know what else to say.
Thank you very much. Committee, what questions do you have? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Nedza. Interesting to learn how our process compares to the city of Monona's process. So, can you give us a little, I appreciate your remorsefulness and lessons learned and all that. That's great to hear, so thank you for that. Could you just walk through for the committee what steps you took since your last conviction for operating while intoxicated in terms of ensuring, as you said earlier, that it never happened again and so forth?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I do have the IID requirement, so I still have that in my vehicle
By the way,
now.
not all my colleagues might not know what the acronym IID is. You want to explain
Oh,
what that
sorry.
is?
It's like a breathalyzer attached to your engine, so it won't start if you've been drinking or if there's any alcohol in your system. I believe I have had to have that for 2 years, like per my conviction. I did do the assessments, like the alcohol assessments. I didn't have to do any counseling of any sort. I just don't really drink. I think I don't find it a necessary part of my life anymore. I think I was just young and dumb, and I decided that's what I wanted to do with all of my free time back then. I run Mr. Bruce Tap House for Jay Clemens now. I also work with Fetch, which is a dog rescue. So I do a lot of event coordination for them, and then I foster for them as well. So I stay pretty busy. I go back to school next fall to finish my degree in nursing, and then I'm hoping to transfer to UW Milwaukee for anesthesiology. So yeah, it's kind
Well,
of.
congratulations on those successful steps you've taken in your life. So a little more specifically, after, you're saying that after your second conviction, you had the assessment, probably at Journey
Correct.
Mental Health, and the assessor did not ask you to do anything, everything you told him or her in your second assessment? Or maybe you only had one assessment because these
I did,
came
yeah.
so close to one another. You didn't have to even do group dynamics,
I
group
had to
sessions or
do-
anything when you said you
No,
had no
I
counseling?
did. Per my conviction, I had to do like a class at MATC. I don't remember exactly what that was called. But that was a short class, and I needed to do that in order to get my license back. But I didn't have to do any other like group therapy or anything like that.
Yeah, the class you're talking about is often
Oh,
called that, what I said
sorry.
earlier. So you've complied with the driver safety plan fully
have.
and have for some time, it sounds like. That's great. Thank you. That's the main thing we want to learn from people in your situation, so thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Revere. Committee, what's your pleasure? Hear a motion to approve and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of granting indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, item 3, Sandra Goitlin. Do we have a registrant here for this one? Okay, committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, is this the first or second time for this item? First, I move to refer.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. All right.
Recommend skipping ahead to the interpreter, verse 27.
Which item? We're going to jump ahead to item 27 because that one has an interpreter. So this is item 27, public hearing, new license. And do we have, I assume we have a registrant here for this? Yingjung Wu? Thank you. And the clerk will swear in the interpreter before we get started.
Can you raise your right hand? Bing, Bing, just you need to do it.
Sorry.
Do you swear that you will accurately interpret English to Mandarin and Mandarin to English?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, so please tell us about what you're applying to do.
他就是问你一下，准备做什么？就是中国菜，就中国菜。对，他就是问你准备中国是做什么？中国菜，中国菜。The plan is to operate a Chinese restaurant on State Street.
Okay, can you tell us a bit about the concept for the business and just what it's going to be like?
你可不可以跟他说，你就是来餐馆做生意怎么做吧？就是准备可以跟他说时间开多少，或是什么时候早餐、晚餐，跟他说说。
我们只做午餐跟晚餐，10点开到11点，11点不是11点开到。
中间有没有休息？
没有，就开午餐跟晚餐。
The Chinese restaurant, it's called the Taste of Sichuan, and it's going to operate it Monday through Sunday, doing mostly serving lunch and dinner. Open from 11 a.m. in the morning until 10 p.m. and then Friday and Saturdays from 11 to midnight.
Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the applicant just clarify in terms of alcohol sales, just because the hours of operation are slightly different, what was just stated, what are the anticipated alcohol sales, or when would they like alcohol sales to cease by each day, like during weekdays and on the weekends?
他就是问你在开那个酒精那个多少，然后呢，平时每天上班的是或者是什么卖酒卖酒。
就是你是说酒吗？酒是说是什么时候开始，什么时候结束？是吗？对，就我们就开门就开始卖酒，卖到关门就没卖啊。Thanks so much.
你的酒精收入大概是多少？
我觉得最多是10%酒精，5到10之间酒精。
The plan to serve the alcohol is during normal business hours, between 11 and 10, Monday through Thursday, and then Sunday, and then Friday and Saturday, 11 to midnight. In terms of alcohol percentage estimates, because it's a Chinese restaurant, it's estimated between 5 to 10% alcohol.
That is a slightly different percentage than the applicant stated on question 57. I mean, it's within the range of reasonableness, but I'm just saying the initial range put down by the applicant's around 20% or whatever else, and so there's a slight variation in terms of what the applicant's saying, but it's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
晚上好。
So, as you might know, I represent the block where you seek to open the new restaurant on the city council. I represent that area. And our mutual friend Sean Lee talked with me about your application many days ago now, due to the language differences, since I obviously don't speak Mandarin, or maybe it's not obvious, but I don't. So Sean volunteered to be our go-between, as he has for some other restaurateurs downtown, in fact, including Mr. Joe, who you bought the restaurant from. So did Sean let you know that we spoke, and that did he highlight a couple of areas that I wanted to ensure that you were comfortable with?
他问你就是，Yes, he did.
Okay, very good. So just to review those, and for the benefit of the committee, a couple of things. The first one is, and this is an easy one, but you noted in your application, and Sean informed me, that you wish to open a sidewalk cafe, something that the previous restaurant did not have.
他上人跟他说，就是说你们就是希望在外面开一个座位的摆吃的，对不对？在外头。
对，但是我们现在不想开那个，
现在不想改掉。
对，不要开那个sidewalk cafe，
Okay.
不要。
We have actually decided to not to pursue that at this time.
At this time, okay. Well, just to make a quick note, Sean and I can help you with that process if you do decide to pursue that.
需要的话
Okay.
可以跟他说，这样说，然后他会跟他说。
啊，现在我们
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the main area that I wanted to ensure that you're comfortable with, and have you acknowledge that in this public meeting, is your level of comfortableness in following the existing conditions that are on the license at this premise today.
那就是说他会问你一些问题，就是看看你就是在那个餐馆那个时间有什么法律你们就是觉得就是这么根据以前做的一样，对吧？对。Yes.
And there are 4 of them that I had asked Sean to review with you.
那上已经跟你们说过以前。
And one of them is the hours, which was already previously asked, and you answered the questions about, but I just want to reiterate that you're comfortable with adding a specific condition that's currently on the former
就是跟你说。
license, the current license. So that is that you shall cease alcohol sales at 10 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends, and you would acknowledge that that was your plan, notwithstanding that the hours were slightly different when the application was completed and submitted. I'll let you go ahead, and then I have a
他就是
quick.
说你前天申请那个填表的时候，就是有一点不一样，就是说你星期一到星期四，然后星期天呢就是10点之前，就是10点之后的就不能那个卖酒精，然后呢星期五、星期六呢就12点之后就不能卖酒。Yes.
Very good. So because it is state law that if we grant you the license, you have a right to be open until the state mandated closing time, otherwise known as bar time, we have to have you affirmatively state on the record here tonight that you are in agreement with agreeing to be required to stop serving alcohol earlier than the state law allows, and you've agreed to that.
他是说那个就是说上升州呢，就是说法律上呢，他需要你那个时候就是停止卖酒。虽然呢你做餐馆呢开晚一点，可是那个酒精卖酒精就是那个时间停止，不能继续。
知道。
Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we know.
Thank you for me reiterating that. It's just something we have to legally do. So the other 3 remaining conditions, I don't believe will be non-controversial whatsoever, but just for the record, they are number 1, again, in terms of the 3 remaining ones, that the establishment will meet the definition of a restaurant under Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times.
上的号码就是302，就是现准备做生意，就是开餐馆。
And that more or less means you'll be making more revenue from food and non-alcoholic drinks than from alcoholic beverages. And you shouldn't have an issue with that, given the percentages you stated you.
他就是大概说，因为是餐馆呢，是很多收入的，就是吃东西，不是卖酒的，所以知道。
The next easy one is food will be available at all times. The establishment is open.
说开餐馆的时候，谁就是全时间坐在那边，在餐馆里面。You asking?
Yes.
OK，他是你随时在餐馆里头，24开什么时候？你是 Ying Shun Wu is the person who will be there personally at all times during the business hours.
Yeah, so just to explain, the condition about you be legally requiring to be a restaurant and the condition that food will be available, in essence, whenever you're open, is just to provide assurance that you will never try to become a bar, which is obviously not your plan and is highly unlikely. This is not a full liquor license application, but it's something that's on the current license. So it's not that a specific person needs to be present, just that you will always be a restaurant, that food will always be available. If I came in, I can't come in and you say only beer and wine is available. Yeah.
他就是说，因为你是开餐馆的，所以就是如果开门的时候，你卖的东西，就说是吃的东西，就是
对，我知道，主要是食物，对，
对对，
主要是食物，这样，
就是开门的时候需要人在那边。
主要是食物。
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And then the last one, I want to preface by stating the history is there's a property owner and a property manager that have residential tenants adjacent to this establishment that were very concerned about noise from Sogu before Sogu moved across the street. Sogu never had entertainment. And I know you're not planning to have entertainment, so that's the background. And then, so the condition and why the condition is here reads as follows: only background music and karaoke are allowed.
他就是说，因为之前就是对面邻居就是很多就是那个 noise 就是很大，所以他就是怕就是以后再发生。他不觉得你会发生，因为你是餐馆，音乐应该不会太大声，所以他就是告诉你开音乐的时候就是小声，不要太大影响隔壁。
知道，也就是说我们不会，我们就是正常的音乐就好。
Yes, we know. We know we just gonna play some background music and not plan to play any loud music.
Very good. Thank you. And you, one last thing just for the benefit of the committee, and that is, do you want to explain very briefly your restaurant experience and the other restaurants that you are involved with currently?
可以跟大家说说你做餐馆的经验，在做了多少年，去年做什么？
对呀，对他就
在讲历史。
他4年，他做了4年，
做餐馆。
对，餐馆做了4年，然后在嘉义鸡办以前餐馆做了4年，然后
有没有做过管理？
有过有管理，但是所以说我现在我是帮他们多一点，现在因为我在这里已经做了8、9年了。
Property owner has 4 years of working in the restaurant, and with that, it also includes some restaurant management, and also has partners and friends that will come and support in regards to properly managing and helping out in case any concerns comes up when managing the business.
Well, very good. Thank you, and I wish you all the best, and congratulations on the new restaurant.
Try the best I can do. Yeah.
Right, thank you, Alder Revere. There are others in the queue. Mr. Fletcher?
I didn't have questions for the applicant, I had just a question for the police department.
Any further questions for the applicant? Okay. You can have a seat while the committee is deliberating. We may call you up for additional questions. Mr. Fletcher?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask the captain if the Madison Police Department had any feedback on the application or any concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Lee also reached out to me. We had a conversation. I think Alder Verveer and I have danced this dance long enough that I think we were pretty consistent, and so I appreciate the efforts to be consistent and to make the applicant's conditions congruent with others that have come before us. Beyond that, I have no concerns and no issues.
Thank you, Captain.
Are there others in the queue or no?
No one else is in the queue.
Can I move approval of the license with the conditions as enunciated by Alder Verveer, and he can clarify them for the record?
Hear a motion and a second. Alder Verveer, can we hear those conditions, please?
Thank you. So there are 4 conditions, and for Mr. Verbeek's benefit, I did some wordsmithing, so I'm not using the exact language that's in the existing license. Number 1, the establishment must meet the definition of a restaurant under Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times. Number 2, food must be available at all times. The establishment is open. Number 3, only background music and karaoke is permitted. Number 4, must cease alcohol sales at 10 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends. And lastly, I would just state that, perhaps we should strike then from the requested licensed premise the Sidewalk Cafe, since they do not intend to pursue that.
Can you read the 4th one again for me?
Sure, I simply changed it to must, so must cease alcohol sales at 10 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further discussion? Here, yes, Mr. Grady?
Second?
I'm sorry?
We have a second already?
Yes, we have a second. Okay. Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor of approving the license with conditions as enumerated by Alder Verveer, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. I'd like to point out 2 things to the applicant first. First, the limit on when you have to stop selling alcohol does not mean you have to close the restaurant. You can keep selling food as long as you want. You only have to stop selling alcohol at those times. And the second thing is, according to the representative from the clerk's office, there is an existing liquor license currently operating at that location. They will need to surrender their license before you can get your license. Good. Thank you. All right, next up, let's see, item 4 was on the consent agenda, so item 5, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit for Wolf's King Street Pride. Do we have anyone here to speak on this? No, we have no restaurants. Committee, what is your pleasure?
Meeting, both agendas 5 and 6.
Second.
They're related.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of referring items 5 and 6 to the next meeting of the LRC indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Okay, 7, through 16 were all on the consent agenda. Next up is item 17, which is a change of agent for Greatesman Investments LLC, Plan B at 924 Williamson Street.
18, 19 are also.
Items 18 and 19 are also for the same establishment. So we have a registrant to speak on that. Mr. Sabatini?
Hey, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to come here. So I took over ownership of Plan B right before New Year's Eve. It wasn't doing well financially, and the current business relationships that were there were not working, so to say the least. So I came in to prevent it from closing. It was in pretty bad shape. Physically, the building hasn't been maintained, the bathrooms haven't been maintained. The atmosphere of the location had kind of just completely went downhill. So I've come in to try to rehab it, and so we are currently closed right now, doing a lot of painting and, fixing up the place. So kind of digging into the situation, I've discovered that the holding company is no longer viable financially. So I've also applied and will be on next month's agenda for a whole new license under a new LLC. So Greitesman is planning, the holding company is planning on surrendering the current license if granted a new license. The concept is pretty much staying the same. Madison's premier inclusive nightclub, but the holding company is just virtually bankrupt. So right now I closed. We're changing the name, rebranding, fresh start. I don't have anything finalized with a current business partner, but I plan on hopefully finalizing that before next meeting. So yeah, I guess if you guys have any questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at least among folks I speak to in the community, this has been a big topic of conversation. I would say, to say the very least.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify your previous statement about the LLC corporation? And to make sure I heard it right, long drive from Whitewater, hearings going off.
Sure.
Greitesman Investments is the existing LLC, correct? The existing holding company.
Yes.
Your statement was that a new LLC is going to be formed.
Already has been.
Already has been formed, and yet the LLC that's still associated with your applications, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Greitesman Investments LLC for the purposes of you continuing to do business?
This current application, yes.
So you would probably be kind of switching that. There would be additional paperwork that you would probably have to, I'm looking at the clerk, just an example. You would probably have to file additional paperwork when the LLC changes. Jim, am I thinking about that accurately?
He submitted a whole new application that we've already received and will be on next month's agenda.
Okay.
To clarify, I didn't know that I would need a new LLC when I took it over, and so I didn't have that submission in time to be on the February agenda. From the time I discovered there was a whole lot of liabilities there that I didn't know of right away.
And the current Greitesman Investments LLC you're suggesting is nearly bankrupt, correct?
It will be dissolved.
Okay. What is the anticipated reopening date for the new establishment?
March 1st.
And can you just go into your, you mentioned very briefly, but you mentioned you're actually doing structural work and kind of renovation on the interior of the building?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been maintained, so it's a lot of just maintenance stuff. It needed paint, the bathroom stalls the bathrooms needed to be, redone. A lot of the coolers and things were 10 years old that hadn't been maintained, so a lot of that stuff's getting fixed and cleaned up.
And then in terms of your business plan, your kind of focus marketing-wise, what do you see as the vision going forward for the establishment that would be known as Prism, right? If if we were to approve this concept, what's your plan?
Yep, it's very similar to what Plan B was, was. So to provide a safe space for pretty much everyone to come and dance and enjoy themselves, blow off some steam. And, we'll be open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 5 p.m. till bar time.
In the new LLC that has been formed in your other paperwork, and I apologize, I just don't have it in front of me to kind of look at the information. How many members are there as part of the LLC?
As of right now, there's just one.
And that would be you?
That's me.
Okay. 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 Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Mr. Cano Espina?
So my question is more of process. So the reason to approve these ones, why are we approving these and not just wait one more? If you're close, if you're not operating, isn't it better, more clear to just do that instead of approving this for a month and then having to change to a different thing? Or do you need these legally to be able to do stuff in Plan B right now?
Yeah, so I thought it would be beneficial for transparency reasons. Plan B was very public in the name change and everything, so I assumed that I would have to come and let the committee know, and let the committee know that ownership has changed. So it was debatable whether I needed to come here or just wait another month to do the whole LLC change. But I thought it would be at least I could let you guys know what's happening and then let you know that I'll be back next month again. So yeah, I would require legally to operate under Prism LLC or Prism, the name change as of March 1st. I need that name change approved.
You need this to be able to continue?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cano Espina. What further questions do you have for the applicant? All right. You can have a seat while the committee deliberates. Or, sorry, Alder Rivera, did you have a question for the applicant, or did you?
Actually, I have one for our legal counsel, Assistant City Attorney Allen.
Great. Fire away.
Thank you. So, Attorney Allen, you, I believe, received the email that I forwarded you from a concerned neighbor just about some legal aspects of what was just discussed. And I just wanted to, I presume, although she's not present tonight, I'm sure she's likely watching us live or will be watching the recording of this. Can you just give us some assurances that what the three items before us are legally proper, given the testimony?
Yes, for the edification of the rest of the committee and people watching, the concern of the attorney citizen that contacted you was that this was not actually a new officer, but rather a sale of a corporation. In Wisconsin, you can't buy a bar and just transfer the license to you if you're a new business. You have to get your own license. Normally, that would be a function of the prosecutor to object to a license if she felt that this was really what we call a sham transaction to get the license. Here, there is evidence that the person applying for the change of corporate structure is an officer, has been an officer in the past, and is returning to that role, but will be dissolving the one corporation and forming a new corporation. Is that evidence of a fraudulent transaction or a sham transaction? That's not for me to determine. That's for you as the body to determine.
Thank you, Attorney Allen. And I will point out, again, for the benefit of my colleagues, as Attorney Allen knows, the concern was also shared with the committee's prosecutor, Attorney Zillavy, and Assistant City Attorney Zillavy articulated in writing that she has no concerns whatsoever with the arrangement and was aware that the pending brand new LLC, new Class B combination license had been applied for and is on file in the clerk's office. So with that, do we need a motion? If so, I would move to grant agenda items 17, 18, and 19, and look forward to seeing Rico back with us on March 20th.
All right, hear a motion. Do I hear a second? Mr. Grady, any discussion? Hearing none. Committee, what's your pleasure? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Alder Verveer, did you have another question?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next item is item 20, the Heights at 11 North Allen Street. Do we have anyone registered to speak on this? Johnny Hunter. Oh, hang on just a second. Alder Petersila?
Can I, since this is in my district, I'll just quickly speak that my error for not even putting it on the consent agenda, and I got no issues with it, so, sorry.
All right, thank you.
It was
No worries.
my brain moment.
Great. Oh, yeah, so basically, we opened and we're, because of the proximity to the high school, we were willing to not have alcohol displayed during the high school hours. I think as we predicted, our focus has been on the neighborhood, not on the high school business, and it creates kind of a logistics problem to bring all the wine up, and it's kind of a lot of work, as well as we would like to have it displayed all day so that can just become part of the regular retail operations of the business. So.
All right, thank you very much. Committee, Alder Petersila?
So I move to remove the condition number 4 under current license, which is no alcohol will be on display when West High is in session.
Second.
And just to quickly speak, this is an establishment that really is not seeing any high school traffic, and so I'm feeling very comfortable with it, and they've been a great addition to the neighborhood. So hopefully more people are watching and will go to the Heights.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of removing condition 4, no alcohol on display while West High is in session, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Okay, next item, item 21, change of licensed conditions for Red Sushi at 316 West Wash. This is an application to change condition 3 on both the alcohol license and entertainment license to allow amplified music on the outdoor patio from 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. And do we have anyone registered to speak on this item?
Yes.
If the applicant is here while we're looking for your application, you're welcome to come on up. All right. Can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Tatiana, and I go by Tanya. It's a shorter version. Hi, everyone. I'm the owner of Red Sushi. Everybody knows our restaurant as Red Sushi, but we call ourselves Red. I have my architect, Matt Teals, and AV specialist also joining our application. So I've been to several neighborhood meetings, and basically what we're proposing is we are installing additional outdoor space to our restaurant. And last year, we got approval from LRC committee to actually add additional 60 seats and allow serving alcohol at that space at allowed hours. And this year, we've decided to make a little bit more investment to that courtyard space, and we install a metal structure with shaded canopies, and we would like to install lights and heaters with limited summer hours and summer months in our state. And I would love to just expand beautiful outdoor space, and so people and my guests can enjoy food and in addition to that, I would love to install amplified music and speakers at our courtyard. So I've tried to, propose this to neighborhood meetings, and I've been to two neighborhood meetings where I actually proposed our plans and ideas, and I've had support from neighborhood. But I'm here to answer any more questions, but I would love that concession to be removed in our alcohol license and possibly granted permission to have music on our outdoor space.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Fletcher.
I'm assuming the predominance of the intent, for now is just kind of background music. Is there any possibility that you could see down the road doing kind of more entertainment on the space outside?
At this moment, no, I don't see that. I always try to go baby steps and try to get permission to do something little. And when you're talking about entertainment, no, I'm not going to have a band playing outdoors, or maybe it's going to be a small, like, background ambient music, but I'm not planning to do like large or DJ or something like that. Does it answer the question?
Yeah, you did. And then my only other question is, and maybe it's for your architects, in terms of the noise bleeding from the kind of patio area, what's the rough decibel level, and how far away can folks expect to hear the background music from the actual patio itself?
I will let Matt and Casey step in.
Hi, I'm Matt Tills, so I'm the architect working with Tanya, and
yeah, I'm Casey, the owner of Elite AV, that's doing all the audio.
so this was we knew this was going to be a concern, and so the way that we're approaching sound levels is we've tried to rather than rely on several larger speakers, we're distributing the sound that's going to be attached to the structure, and using 8 smaller speakers, that are aimed just to the specific area within the seating. Is we can really bring that volume level, keep that volume level very low, because it's really sort of much more targeted to the guests that are within the space. We don't have a specific decibel level necessarily that we were targeting, but we did just yesterday actually took the speaker system that is going to be proposed for the space and did a little mock-up for ourselves outside, just because we wanted to be able to sort of hear from the street and in various different locations at different volume levels what that volume level would be on the sidewalk and from some of the adjacent properties as well. And we're very confident that we can keep the sound level. And so the question, of course, sound is always sort of subjective in terms of volume levels to a certain extent, but we feel like that level, because of all the street noise that's going on in the area, the type of music and the volume level, and then also the positioning of the speakers, that really it won't be more perceptible than any other sort of ambient sounds in the area would be.
Yeah, an average person talking outside is about 50 decibels, 50 to 60. We're probably going to have it at about 60 to 65 decibels. A car horn is 90 decibels. So that should help with, obviously we're way under what a car horn would be and just above a normal person talking outside.
So if you're in like I'm assuming that the predominance of the concern would be the adjacent property owners, et cetera. If they were hearing it at about 60 decibels on a continual basis, what does that mean for them?
And again, this is you got to be within 10 feet of the speaker to have that level. Okay. So basically every 40 feet out you go, you're going to be at 3 dB loss. So anybody that's around there, even the sidewalk, you're 30 feet or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're about 30 feet off the sidewalk, which is further removed from the street. Also, the geometry of the courtyard space there is kind of playing to our advantage, in that we're somewhat sort of sheltered and cloistered in that space. So
We have some plans if you would like to see, we can pass them along, but I submitted them.
We have some of the materials in here, so it's just as you said, sound is quite subjective. I remember our extensive discussions regarding the Edgewater Hotel, particularly in previous times. So I appreciate you just answering the question. So thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Fletcher?
Oh, no, sorry.
Mr. Cano Espina?
So my only question is related to time, 10 p.m. every day. Are you set on that? Is that because your business closed at that time, or is there, 9 during the week and 10 or 11 in the weekends? Is that because if I'm a neighbor, if I'm gonna listen, if I'm gonna go to work tomorrow or school, hearing somebody talk is 2 seconds, maybe 25 seconds. Music, constant, can get annoying at 9:30, 11 if I'm going to bed. So that was my only question on 10 p.m.
I
Has
would
anybody said
prefer
anything
to-
about 10 p.m.?
I would prefer to get approval every day until 10 p.m. until somebody does have concerns and come and tell me, Tanya, or submit complaint and saying that Red's music is annoying, and we would love it to be turned off at 9 p.m. So I actually would love to get it at 10.
Nobody has said anything about 9 in your community meetings or anything like that? No. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Alder Verveer?
Thank you. Hi, Tanya and company. So, as you already referenced in your testimony, you've attended a couple of recent neighborhood meetings. I'm not certain if you're aware, but there are several of your neighbors present tonight that are registered to speak, or not to speak, but have registered in any event with concerns with this request. In part for their benefit, I just wanted to review the history. So and this is obviously in part from my colleagues, but I wanted you to affirmatively confirm what you agreed to do at the last of your several neighborhood association meeting appearances. So the most recent being on February 6th at the monthly meeting of the Mifflin neighborhood under the auspices of Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated, which was your second appearance, and I think about in as many months, but maybe it was more like 4 months ago, you had previously appeared at our monthly meeting with this proposal. You had agreed, after much discussion, you had agreed to the following condition, and I just want everyone to realize, whether you have the current license in front of you or not. Obviously, if you don't realize this, but the current conditions state that no live entertainment or amplified music is allowed on the patio, and that the patio must close by 11 p.m. Those were conditions that I added to your license. You'll recall it in this venue here when you were last before us to seek approval to include your licensed premise on the expanded. Actually, I included it when your smaller patio, and then also we kept it when we expanded your patio. So what we discussed at that February 6th neighborhood meeting was keeping all of the existing conditions. I won't read the ones that aren't relevant, but the condition that the patio must close by 11 p.m. nightly would remain. So that is, no one can be dining or drinking outside whatsoever after 11 p.m., 7 days a week. The condition would be amended potentially to say no live entertainment is permitted on the patio, and then the additional sentence, as I recorded at our neighborhood meeting, was soft ambient amplified music intended to be audible only in the patio dining area is allowed from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'll repeat that, and I realize there's a lot of words in this sentence. It was a lot of wordsmithing around the table at our neighborhood meeting. Again, soft, ambient, amplified music intended to be audible only in the patio dining area is allowed from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. nightly. Is that your recollection, Tanya, of what you agreed to at the neighborhood meeting a few weeks ago? Okay. All right, very good. That's the only question I wanted to run by you. And I do, before any of my constituents speak, and I absolutely welcome their presence tonight, I do want to apologize that we have the condition where West Washington Avenue is the boundary divider between the Bassett neighborhood and the Mifflin neighborhood, as designated by the city, as designated by the Sanctioned Neighborhood Association Downtown Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated. So if folks, including many of my friends here in the audience that reside at Capitol West, and Tanya used to reside at Capitol West, might still own a condo at Capitol West, but not be living there currently, would not have received the notices of our monthly mail. None of them, I presume, are on the email list for the Mifflin meetings. With that said, I did mention this at the monthly Bassett neighborhood meetings, and I want my constituents that are likely going to speak, and those that don't wish to speak, but to know that the language that was wordsmithed that I referenced was wordsmithed by adjacent neighbors to Red. They were, every single one of them are residents of Metropolitan Place Condominium Association, and those monthly Mifflin meetings are largely attended by Metropolitan Place condo residents. And again, sincere apologies for those that were not aware that we've had these discussions, because they live in technically the other neighborhood, but it's directly across the street, and absolutely would be able to hear and see anything like potentially that occurs across the street from their residences at Red. And so I just wanted to say that before we hear further testimony, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further questions for the applicant before we move on to other speakers? Okay, you can have a seat. I have a question for Alder Verveer first. Would you think it's a good idea to explicitly call out that amplified sound must stop at 10 p.m.? It's implied in what you said, but it wouldn't hurt to drive the point home.
I'm open to that. Again, thank you for turning the mic on again. Again, what we discussed at the neighborhood meeting a few weeks ago was that phrase was, quote, is allowed or permitted from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. nightly. But if you believe that it's more appropriate to say,
I would just add another
permitted
sentence afterward.
From 11, yeah, and must. And we can we might very well refer this or decide not to even pursue that motion. I'm not making that motion yet. I just wanted to have confirmation from the applicant and have my constituents hear what was discussed at the neighborhood meeting that they weren't present at. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a number of registrants interested in speaking on this topic. The first one is Diane Langfit, in opposition, wishing to speak. For anyone who hasn't been here before, any member of the public is allowed to speak on any item. You can have up to 3 minutes. The alarm will go off at your 3-minute time. Please finish the sentence that you're on at that point, and then we'll move on to hear from other people.
All right, thank you. I am the secretary of the Capitol West Condominium Association, and I'm here on behalf of the board to express our, or to go on record that we oppose the application of Red to allow amplified music on their patio from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. Capitol West is a 141-unit condominium community, and we're located directly across West Washington Avenue from Red and their outdoor seating area. Sounds vibrate and come between those two high-rises constantly, and we hear whatever's happening on their seating area. Now, Red is a very successful restaurant. We love having them in the neighborhood. We support them. But we don't really feel that amplified music is necessary for their business, but we do feel that having music played every day, all day long, spring, summer, and fall, would negatively impact our living environment and possibly even our property values. A lot of us have been there for many years. The condo was developed about 11 years ago, and we love having our windows open in the spring, summer, fall, sitting out on our patios, and the thought of having music, as I said, from 11 hours a day, every day of the week, that we never get a break from it. We just feel like that's too much. On behalf of our community, we'd like to ask that you deny the application to allow them to have amplified music. And as Alder Verveer said, the first we heard of this, some of us received a postcard on Saturday Some didn't even receive it till yesterday to know that this was happening. Because we're not in the Miffland district, we're in the Bassett Neighborhood Association. We were never involved in the early days of this. And where Metropolitan Place is, there's actually building between them, but we just are directly across. Speakers that are faced toward 316, the noise bounces off. The ones that are facing us are just coming right at us. So we feel that this will really negatively impact our living environment.
Thank you. Stick around because we've got at least one question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Fletcher.
It's two questions, and thank you for your testimony. Two questions. One, with the current patio and the kind of conversation, the level that occurs there, is it your testimony, just to clarify, that you can hear sound?
Yeah, but when it's people eating and talking and coming and going, it's not as big a deal as constant.
Mm-hmm.
Just like traffic, we hear it, but it's not constant.
Yeah. Has the applicant, and I don't know this, have you or the applicant ever discussed some sort of test of if this were to work, kind of what it might sound like?
No.
Because it really is difficult at times to talk in theoretical terms about about this, but would you be open to some sort of pilot or just test? Because I know the engineers earlier talked about kind of just testing, they've been doing some internal testing about what this might sound like, just to actually see, okay, is it truly audible from the apartments or not? Because there's a lot of, I feel like with sound theoretical that can kind of play in. I don't know your openness to that.
This is my second year on the board, and we have had absolutely no correspondence, no even inkling that this was occurring, so we've not had any conversations with them. We don't know. We didn't know anything about this till this weekend.
So you almost feel like even, and I'm not kind of leaning either way at the moment, but like a longer period of time to engage in the sort of discussion or testing would be useful, just to wrap around kind of, again, what this theoretically might be able to look like and be reasonable to you all.
That could be reasonable, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Kano Espina.
So I just wanted to confirm, you are actually representing the board here. You're not just speaking for yourself, but you are actually coming from the board, and the board met, talked, and said, we don't want this. I
Yes,
just want to make
and
sure that
we
that's-
voted, we motioned second and voted that we would be opposed to this.
And then I may have misheard you. You said 11 to 7 p.m.?
No, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m.,
Okay, so
7
it was-
days a week is what we
I
understand
misheard you.
they're
So,
asking
okay.
for.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Langford.
thank you.
Okay. Next comment is from Rick Langford, in opposition, available to answer questions. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Langford? Oh, he'd like to speak. Come on up.
So I didn't want to speak, but I did want to make it clear that Diane had a policy that the board had passed. And she read that statement she read the motion and the I don't know what you call it. She read it with comment instead of just reading it straight through what the board had approved. So it would have been more effective for her to say that the board, this is the resolution that the board passed, and these are my comments. So she parenthetically added comments to what the board. So in answer to your question, yeah, it was. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Committee, any questions for Mr. Langford? Okay. Next, we have Annie Laurie Gaylor in opposition wishing to speak.
We just found out about this. Can you hear me? We
Yep.
just found out about this yesterday, too. We got this postcard. I don't know if we missed something else. And the Freedom from Religion Foundation owns the building on the corner of North Henry and West Washington, and we are but a few yards away from Red. So our staff was also very unhappy about the proposal. We think it's a wonderful restaurant. We take many out-of-town guests there and speakers, and we go there, and we really love Red. So we're not opposed to the restaurant at all, but this is a very mixed neighborhood, and we're one of the businesses with about 25 staff, but there are tons of businesses in that building. And then, of course, the condo across the street. And I think it would be very unusual to allow something like this in this circumstance. We also paid extra money in our building so that people can open their windows, so that when the weather is nice, people don't always have to have the air conditioning on. So we have the editorial wing directly across from there with windows, the second floor with our legal fellows who can open those windows. And we also have a studio on the third floor that's directly attached to that building. It's just literally 8 inches away, where we do weekly radio, TV, and Facebook Live. So we're concerned about this. Also, I guess I was wondering, is this a seasonal permit? And I didn't realize that there was a proposal for 4 seasons a year on the patio. And I'd like to see the blueprint, because I don't know exactly how close. I mean, we may be literally just a few feet away from where this patio seating will be. And I would also point out that there's concert on the square. We're only 2.5 blocks from the Capitol, so I'm wondering what that would mean. There have been some excesses with the restaurant because it is so popular, and there has had to be a curbing of the curbside valet. And I think when you're outside eating, I think when you're eating inside, the reason people go to restaurants is to have good food and socialize. It's already a little bit loud inside, sometimes blasting. I think when you're outside, you want to enjoy the fresh air too. Why do we have to have somebody else choosing our music for us? Philosophically, I'm opposed. But I am very concerned that it isn't appropriate in our neighborhood to have amplified music, especially during office hours. We are talking about from 11 a.m. until closing time for us. And we have great sympathy for the neighbors across the way who would then have to listen to it the rest of the night. But it wouldn't be appropriate for office hours.
Thank you. And we have a question from Mr. Kano Espina.
Is it okay if I see the sign, the notice? If you can.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And then just for my clarification or understanding, I know you just got the notice today. Even with more time to have a discussion, it sounds to me like you feel that having music all the time is something that you guys will not, even if it was a week ago that you have this notice, you would still have been opposed for this. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, I just don't see how it could work.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Next, Arthur Bierman in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hi, I am also one of the owners at Capital West. First of all, thank you, Mr. Revere, for updating us on the meetings. I was wondering why I had not heard of any of these prior meetings. I just want to emphasize how much the sound does intrude into our homes. Unfortunately, I was gone all day yesterday. I wish I would have known they were doing some sort of testing. Primarily, my concern is last late spring, early summer, another business that shares that patio, the Barcode, it's an exercise facility. They decided on one nice Sunday morning that they were going to move their group class outside onto that patio. And I think it was just a boombox. It wasn't a series of speakers and the leader just giving the instructions. It was like they were almost right inside my home. I mean, it was incredibly irritating. And the thought of this being a daily event with music, if it does protrude inside our homes, not even a limited schedule of just the evening hours would be acceptable. I mean, day after day after day, it's a completely different situation than other downtown events that happen just daily, or like concerts in the square and all the traffic and other things. living downtown, we expect that, we understand that. But something like this just seems to be a completely different beast. And it appears the restaurant is being quite successful. I just don't see why this would be necessary, even from a business angle, if it's going to irritate the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for Mr. Bierman? All right. Next up, Judine Phillips, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Good evening. I'm Judine Phillips. I'm also a resident of Capitol West. I've been there about 10 years. I was well aware of what downtown living was going to be like and put a lot of thought and effort into deciding if I wanted to move there. There's a lot of traffic on West Washington. There's sirens. There's once in a while a dispute with some people. There's horns. That's all part of the deal, and I actually welcome the vibrancy of being there. I'm thrilled to have Red across the street and all the other businesses that have moved into that building. There's fluorescent lights that shine into my unit all night long. Red has bright lights, but hey, I'm glad to see all of them over there and be successful. I can easily shut my blinds. But when it comes to the amplification and the music, I think that I can really see that interfering with my life and my lifestyle, as well as the multiple neighbors in my building. It's a very high, there's a very high concentration, obviously, of residences. I can't quite imagine to have my patio open, my patio door open, or sitting in my patio and listening to some music that I may not welcome. My concern is, and I think their intention is good, to try to keep the sound to a minimum, but as Diane mentioned, with the vibration off the building, I think that could be problematic, and who's to say if tests are done what the conditions are. There are nights that an ambulance may go by and I barely hear it, and another time I feel it's right in my bedroom, and I think that has a lot to do with the wind and whatever. At my former residence, there was an area maybe about 1.5 miles away that they would have concerts now and then in a park, and it seemed like I was in the front row of the bandstand, where my neighbor, who was about 1/2 mile closer, heard nothing. So I'm really concerned. I'm not an engineer, but I don't know that they can, anyone can assure us that that is not going to be disruptive to myself and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Next up, Nikki Vandermullen, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hello, my name is Nikki Vandermeulen. I am a resident of Capitol West for the past 11 years. Just bought a new condo there. I'm moving up, and 1 floor up, and it will directly face Red Sushi. I have no problem with Red as a business. Here's my issue. 1, the ambient noise, I think, will reverberate quite a bit. The sounds will be incredible, could be louder depending on the weather, depending on the conditions. Again, a lot of people in my building, me included, like to have the windows open, both for an environmental standpoint. We'd rather not have our air conditioners going 24/7, and 2, to be able to enjoy the breeze. 2, regarding amplified music, have you ever been on hold? Ever heard the elevator music playing every day until you end the call? Now imagine you have 7 hours of, you have 7+ hours of it every day, 7 days a week. That's an incredible burden on the neighborhood and on the community. Additionally, I do worry about the lights. That I'm more sensitive to as an individual with autism, the fact that lights have an effect on me, and I understand not everything can be controlled. However, when you add larger lights and then add amplified music on top of it, you might be creating a situation that could be very detrimental to individuals with disabilities. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Vandermeulen? Thank you very much. Next, Mark Seidenberg, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hi, my name is Mark Seidenberg. I live at Metropolitan Place, and I'm a psychology professor at one of our local universities. I'm not necessarily opposed to music on the patio, but I would really hope that you can find a way to stage a trial, because we really don't know what these sounds are going to be like and how they're going to spread. It sounds like you're not approving just the setup that's been described. The setup can be turned down and they can control the sound, but the concern is that it's kind of a slippery slope. And until we really know what the acoustic conditions are like in that space and what they put up, we really don't know how bad it's going to be. Acoustical engineering is a really hard thing to do, and there have been famous mistakes that have been made over the years. You know, there's also the concern that there's a lot of hard surfaces there. It's reflective of sound. There's the fact that a lot of popular music even ambient music is very bass heavy. Bass travels, it's non-directional, it travels a lot. So you might not be able to hear the words, but you might hear the thumping pretty far away. And that would be really a source of, you know, it may be wonderful for people in the restaurant, and I love the restaurant, and I wish them glad it's a success. But what's nice for the people in the restaurant is a source of noise pollution for people who have to encounter it in this sort of, without their permission. There's also the idea that restaurants that are loud are successful and happening places. The inside of Red is certainly loud. I've measured it. It goes 80, 90 decibels when it's peak times. Of course, it's enclosed, and people have the choice to go in there or not go in there. And people obviously do go in there. I go in there. But, you know, it sounds like the owners have bought into this idea that sound and noise means a place is happening. Now they want it to be outside. You certainly wouldn't want the noise level that's in the restaurant to be out there. But even something that's lower is going to be constant, persistent. You're hearing the same thing from everyone, that it's going to be, that they're going to lose control over it. They won't have the choice as to whether to be exposed to it or not. So I would really recommend that you, I'm not opposed to it in principle, under any conditions, but I'm opposed to it. The owner talked about taking baby steps, but what looked like baby steps to her looked like a slippery slope to people who live around here and could turn into something that's really intrusive. Thanks.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Okay, next is Mary Ellen McDonald.
Hi,
in opposition, wishing to speak.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Mary Ellen McDonald. I live at Metropolitan Place. I love the restaurant Red. I'm also a professor at UW, and one of the things I study is talking. And one of the things about talking is that speakers are very flexible in adjusting the amplitude of their talking as a function of background noise. You probably don't need a professor to tell you that, but the fact is that if we have a group who talks, then the size of the group affects the loudness that everybody is talking. If we expand the size of the patio with more talkers, we will be expanding the amplitude of the sum of all the talkers. And then if we add music on top of it, all of those expanded number of talkers will be raising their level of talking, compensating from the background music. So a test of whether the music by itself is penetrating in the broad area is not sufficient to talk about the viability of the actual plan. And the prior measurements, if there were, of the smaller group on the patio is the degree of them, so the decibels or whatever, is also not a viable test, because this is a cumulative, super additive sort of thing. There's the small group of patrons now, more noise from a larger group of talkers, and more noise from all of those talkers compensating for the music. Thanks.
Mr. Fletcher.
Professor, just to to hone in a little bit with your expertise, I want to explore something with you. So, is your underlying point that I think if I got the gist right, any test, if there was testing, should be conducted under what you would call realistic conditions and not just in isolation with the music. Fair?
Right.
I think I agree with you to that extent, because I think the second question, and it was maybe more so for a prior speaker, is if you have the music and that were capped at a certain level, 10 decibels, it's the 10 plus obviously the talking that goes along with it adds to a greater level of amplification. Fair? With the lighting issue that was raised earlier on, and maybe this is less fit for you, do you have any concern about the lighting that you'd want to
No,
raise?
I guess I don't know enough about the lighting plan, and I don't know enough about how, I don't have special expertise about lighting, and I don't want to claim any expertise about it, and I don't know enough about the degree to which the lighting would impact various, well, obviously residences around, because it's an evening issue rather than a daytime issue. They're not going to have lots of lighting during the day.
But you don't, for instance, you don't have a condo that faces that faces
I have a condo that faces West Washington, but since it's not right at the edge near Red, that wouldn't affect me. So I think other people who are more affected should, they may be able to explain it better, or who know the lighting plan better.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this speaker? Okay. Next, we have James Brockman in opposition, does not wish to speak, but available to answer questions. Randy Stanford in opposition, does not wish to speak, representing the Capital West Condo Association. And Susan Bruckman in opposition, does not wish to speak. Oh, Mr. Kano Espina?
Yeah, so the person that is representing Capital West Condo Association, is it available to answer questions or no?
The form says does not wish to speak. You're welcome to amend that.
Yes.
Come on up. Hi.
Those wouldn't look good on me anyways.
Hello.
Go ahead.
So you represent one of the condo associations?
Yeah, so I'm the president of the condo, Capital West Condominium Association. Diane is secretary and Jim is vice president.
Okay, and just for me to understand, you guys said that you're not okay, you voted, you did this.
Correct.
Already. Would more discussion, would testing under the real conditions be something that you will be open to have, or is this something that you feel that your homeowners in your condominium association feels?
I would first be very curious as to how you would word that. If you were going to give them a pass on this, it would have to be very specific wording, that we would have the ability to come back at any time, or have them come back at any time and say, now that we've proven all this, can you now pass amplified music? I would like you to decline their amplified music at this time. They can work it out with us, and maybe they can come back then and go ahead and try to get it approved. But at this time, we would like it to be dismissed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. I was going to ask this of Diane, as I thought the closest thing to being the elected representative of the association, but I'm even more impressed that every officer is here tonight pretty much. Is the treasurer also here? I don't know. But anyway, let me say that as somebody that served on my condo association board for a dozen years, it's a thankless job, and I want to give you and your colleagues credit for volunteering to do that. I know your annual meeting was just recently at Capitol Lakes, because I was there that night for a Bassett neighborhood meeting and ran
okay,
into
yep.
a bunch of neighbors there. And one of my neighbors said that she just got off the board because it was term limited, and I said, congratulations. But in any event.
Yeah, we'll see.
But in any event, since you're president and you're here, let me ask you this. So I was going to ask the applicant, what her reaction was to this very clear opposition from her neighbors across the street and, actually former neighbors within the condo association, again, because Tanya used to live amongst you all. And as I say, she might even still own a unit there, I don't know. But if she still wished to pursue this or not, given the strong concerns articulated tonight, if she did wish to pursue it, it was my intent to move referral of the item to our next meeting, which is March 20th, and allow time for us to have additional neighborhood conversation about this. I won't be overly repetitive and keep apologizing, but obviously there was a tremendous communication gap. I'll take full responsibility for it. I'm sorry that the postcards were received late. I'm sorry that you all aren't on the right email listservs. Although again, Metro Place, we're the ones that have had many conversations with Tanya since before she ever opened her door. I insisted that Tanya come to that neighborhood association because that's the side of the street that she's on. With all that said, the next meeting of your neighborhood association, in essence, across the street, the district of your neighborhood association across the street, is on Wednesday, March 6th at 6 p.m. And I was just, again, I don't know if Tanya wishes to pursue this, but assuming she does wish to pursue it, and I'm going to ask her momentarily, I'm asking you, but any of your neighbors can respond to this and come up to the podium if they wish to add anything to your response. Would it be sufficient for us to ask you to come to the next monthly meeting of the Neighborhood Association, which is again on Wednesday, March 6th, 6 p.m. at Central Library, to continue this dialogue? You'll have the benefit of the Metro Place residents that worked on crafting how the language would work out. By the way, let me also say at this point, with the indulgence of the chair and the committee, that I think one reason why your neighbors at Metro Place were willing to give this a try is in part because they know the applicant, because she's been to about a half dozen of their meetings over the last couple of years for various things, because she's incrementally added patio, et cetera, and I always ask her to come to those meetings. I think it's critical that she do that. So, and 3 of the folks that usually attend these monthly meetings have their units literally on the corner of Metro Place overlooking the establishment. So it's with their perspective and with the realization that Tanya has shared her personal cell phone with each and every one of them and said, please, please call me if you ever have a concern about anything, especially if the noise becomes a concern. And so maybe it's because they have that she has that personal connection with them. They all have her cell phone if they're interested in recording her cell phone number. And also because I've told them that the ALRC here, all of us, have continuing jurisdiction over her alcohol license. Under state statute, she has to apply every single year, every 12 months, to continue the privilege of having an alcohol license. We have continuing jurisdiction over said license, over each of the conditions on the license. And if there are any concerns from any constituents, I could insist that the establishment be on an ALRC agenda, and certainly insist that renewal proceedings be conducted here at our body and not just automatically renew the license. So with all that background said.
And you have a question, I know it's coming.
Right. Well, as I say, sir, the question was, would you all, asking you as the representative of your condo association, would you be comfortable with having a neighborhood meeting on that first Wednesday of March 6th at 6 p.m. at Central Library, or would you like a different venue to take place, for example, on your terms at your building?
So that's a common place that you would have, so Bassett neighborhood, which we're in, right?
Yeah, so just
So that's a common place for these types of things to have discussions on?
I'm sorry to maybe confuse the matter. So again, West Wash is a dividing line, as you
Yep.
obviously understand. The Bassett neighborhood meets the second Monday of every month at Capitol Lakes Retirement at 7 p.m. The Mifflin neighborhood, where the restaurant's located, meets the first Wednesday of every month at 6 p.m. at Central
But these would
Library.
be the types of discussions we should have, that we would have with, a person asking for this ahead of time before coming to here.
No, I'm just saying that that's how I try to facilitate things.
Okay,
Like the Echo
that's
Tap
fine.
was a great analogy. So the Echo Tap in your neighborhood, Bassett neighborhood, I
Yep.
think most of you know it's at Bedford and Maine. They wanted to do the same thing. A lot of concerns, very justifiable concerns. They're surrounded by residential uses. We went through a prolonged conversation, pilot, testing, et cetera. We got to a comfortable place where everybody was comfortable with what the Echo has in terms of outdoor amplification at their patio. I'm not saying that I will support outdoor amplification here. I'm only one vote, though. With that said, if there's all these concerns still remaining amongst neighbors, what I guess my question is, just because we've had the forum already established at the Mifflin neighborhood the first Wednesday of the month, would any of you wish to provide me feedback that we could have the next neighborhood meeting be in conjunction with their regular monthly meeting? Or would you like me, assuming Tanya wants to pursue this, would you like me to organize a separate neighborhood meeting, different date, different time? I know you don't have a large community meeting space at Cap West,
We do
but we
not.
could do it. I know you don't. That's
Yes,
why
we do not.
that's why you use Capitol Lakes for your annual meeting.
We haven't voted on it as the board. How can this be answered? The board has not addressed that issue.
So what you,
Again, my intent,
what
I'm
you're
sorry if
asking me
it's
is,
been a long day
that's
for me
okay.
today. I
But can I
apologize.
paraphrase? So what you're asking me is, would we be willing to have either two types of meetings, right? One would be at the regular Bassett neighborhood meeting, and that.
Mifflin, but whatever.
Oh, Mifflin.
Yeah, because
No,
we've
you
already-
do have me confused.
I'm sorry, and it's been a long day, and I worked the polls all day yesterday, too,
All
for
right,
the city.
I did too.
Oh, good for you.
Yes.
So anyway, you know of which I speak. So maybe I should hold the question. Tanya, would you please come forward? And I apologize for the unorthodox nature, Mr. Chair. Tanya, do you wish to pursue this application at this time? Because maybe this is all for naught, and I shouldn't be taking everyone's time when we have a full
I
agenda.
want to apologize to all my West condominium neighbors. I actually still own a condo, and currently I rent it out to. I apologize that you didn't get a memo, because as much as I said I take baby steps to get approval, I am a very persistent person, and that's why we are successful. But most than anything, I am a rule follower, and I respect my neighbors because you are my guests.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sorry, I attended meetings because I want to get your support. So I don't understand how this West Washington separates our neighborhood. So I'm sorry that I didn't present this idea before coming here. So with your permission, I would love to pursue, I would love to do testing with all the windows open and make sure that if it's no, I'm not going to go against you. But if the sound is quiet enough and ambient, it's not going to be as loud as it is right now at Red. Yes, we play techno music inside to create this specific ambience and make it lively and busy. But outside, I just wanted to create, I don't know, experience, like what we are in the restaurant industry, we just create experience. And
Thank you.
It's not that I want more business, I just,
Alder Rivera.
Thank you. It was just the one specific, Tanya, and Tanya, and I really do appreciate the indulgence, Mr. Chair, of you and my colleagues in letting this dialogue continue. I'll try to wrap it up. So, given Tanya's testimony, I intend to move referral of this application tonight. We are not approving it tonight if my motion is adopted, but it would be helpful for me to know, am I referring it to our March regular meeting, so you all have some certainty as to what the date is of when we'll be back here in this room? So if I move referral to our next meeting, we're back here on March 20th at 5:30, and with that said, and I realize people are on winter vacations and so forth, and in some respects.
I guess what would be different in a
would-
month from now?
So going back to my question that I apologize again
Alder
for
Verveer-
me being confused
Alder
about.
Verveer, it looks like Alder Peter-Seeloff has a question. Do you mind if she steps in for a second?
Can I just finish my one question, or?
Sure.
Thank you. So would you be, will we be comfortable having a neighborhood meeting on Wednesday, March 6th at 6 PM at Central Library? Would you like me to organize an independent neighborhood meeting?
To discuss this out further?
Exactly.
To what we would propose back? or what would be certain conditions? I guess I don't understand what would be different. What would change from us opposing it?
The testing that your neighbors have.
We just said the testing isn't good enough for us. The testing would have to be during conditions, meaning a summer day with a full restaurant with music out there. That would go ahead and be the right test that we want to see.
Okay, well, I realize that folks are giving me dirty looks, that we've taken a lot of time on this. So I will thank you, and I'll talk to you after we handle this item, maybe out in the hallway further about timing a neighborhood meeting. I realize Alder Bidar wishes to speak. Why don't I make a motion, though, before I yield to her? I move referral of this item to our next regular meeting.
I thought we were allowed to rebut.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently.
No, actually, if the committee has questions for you, then you can respond to those questions. Currently, the committee has not asked any questions of anyone.
Well, Mike said that he was going to allow people to speak if they disagreed with the comments.
So Alder Revere can choose to ask people questions if he wants. Currently, could you two please have a seat? We have a motion to refer. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alder Revere, do you want to speak to your motion?
I do wish to say something, but I would politely yield to Alder Bidar, and I apologize.
Okay. Alder Bidar-Seeloff.
No, I don't have any comments at this point, actually.
So let me then ask, Mr. Chair, if I might recall any of the previous testimony, any of the previous registrants that have testified or not testified, if they wish to answer a question from me, could they so indicate by coming to the podium, perhaps? So my friend and former law school classmate, Nikki, would you like to add anything to your previous testimony?
Yes, I would. Just that, one, the board hasn't voted on a separate meeting, and number two, I don't think the issues have, so that's first. Two, I don't think we've come to a consensus on the test, other than sounded like my group said, no on the test without the conditions. But here's my main one, and that is we've never had any communication even before the postcards. If this was the issue, why do we use our time to go to a meeting that we found out last minute to put it to another meeting that when she lived in our building, she knew how to contact us, and that was never done. So therefore, I would oppose it, and I apologize for speaking out of order.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? Okay. Alder Revere, do you have questions for anyone else?
No questions. I do have would like to speak to my motion briefly.
By all means.
Thank you very much. I just want to take the moment to apologize yet again to my constituents, to the applicant, to all of you seated here. Usually this is not a best practice. I always do my best to try to facilitate conversation about items before this committee well in advance, and meet with the applicants of any items that are in the aldermanic district I was elected to represent. Obviously, there was a severe communication breakdown. I apologize one last time for that. I will pursue an additional neighborhood meeting, something that we should have done earlier in terms of getting the word out to adjacent neighbors. Annie Laurie, I apologize to you. I assume maybe you were on the Mifflin neighborhood email list because you've attended so many of our meetings over the years. But for what I apologize on all sides, no matter where your business or residence is on either side of West Washington Avenue. I take the noise issue very seriously. We talked about the barcode incidents and the base from barcode at the Mifflin neighborhood meeting. We're well aware that noise is an issue. And again, those that were present at the neighborhood meeting on February 6th, which obviously hardly anybody, if not anybody in the neighborhood that's here tonight received notice of, we thought that this could proceed with language that was crafted at that meeting. My belief now is that absolutely is not the case, given the strong level of concern articulated tonight. And so I urge my colleagues to support referral. When we're back here at this place on March 20th, we may or may not, have a compromise solution to present to the committee. Maybe, maybe not. I may or may not support this application. And I very much look forward to continued conversation amongst neighborhood stakeholders on this item, and thank everyone once again for their indulgences.
All right, thank you, Alder Verveer. We're now discussing Alder Verveer's motion to refer. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. I fully support referral, Mr. Chair. I think in this instance it's the right decision. I also, as much of an approximate, because I do think the communications the snafus have contributed to kind of the angst, obviously, and rightly so, of the neighbors, as well as the underlying kind of proposal itself contributing to that angst. I think if we can get to an approximate as possible level of testing, I think it would be beneficial. I also think, to the point about the light issue that I was exploring earlier on, if you are facing kind of red head on, etc., to the point about affecting individuals, as much as the light piece can be just tested in some way or explored, or some dialogue around that occur. I know we focused a lot on sound, but I do think that is also a worthwhile point in exploring during this month. I do have one question for the applicant, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Tanya, you mentioned the rationale behind this was to enhance the atmosphere on the outdoor patio. Did you have examples or kind of peers about where this came from? In terms of just did it come from? Were you just like, oh, okay, this might be a good idea, or did you visit somewhere in a similar situation, for instance?
I travel a lot and I go to different cities, and in the European cities especially, outdoor patios are super popular. So yeah, idea came definitely from other examples. But specifically last year, when we installed the courtyard patio and put chairs and furniture outdoors, and I just felt like the space, it just needed just a little ambience. Like it was just I don't know, it wasn't enough for I want to only do it for guests to enjoy it outside. So.
And your current proposal is I think basically your hours of a lot of the hours of your operation. I think the one question I would have for you is, as you looked at was there a more targeted time of day that you were hoping for, or times of the week that you were hoping for, that might be more palatable to your neighbors? And it's not, I think you don't need to answer it now off the top of your cuff, and it's something that could be explored in the next month. But I think that's one other thought that I would have. Thank you, Mr.
Is that a
Chair.
question for the applicant?
If the applicant has an immediate response, otherwise it was more of a statement question. Yeah. Quasi question, Mr. Chair.
I will work with any conditions. So if neighbors board want to put conditions on a specific requirement, I'll go with whatever you allow me to do. So I'll play music at time, turn it off when it's supposed to turn it off. Honestly, we even rented the system to test it out before we install it, because for us it's an investment as well. So if I put it on and then 1 month later I'll shut it off, it's just not worth doing it. however, I would love to test it, and I just really want it. But if like neighbor Verveer said, Elder Verveer said that every year I have to come here and reapply, and if there are concerns, you'll enforce the rule and I'll shut it off. I won't have a choice. So I'll do what you tell me to do.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Fletcher?
No, I think this support that the neighborhood has in general for the restaurant being there is pretty well evident too, and so I think you should be credited for running a very successful restaurant in the area, certainly.
Great.
No,
Thank you.
I really appreciate everything that you said about that, and thank you so much for the support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can have a seat. Okay, Mr. Cano Espina, then Assistant City Attorney Allen.
So I do support the referral, but the more I think, the more I hear, I believe that even in a month, we actually are gonna come in with a lot of people saying, I don't want noise at all. And I'm reporting because it's time to refer, but in this moment, I will be a no vote to have the patio at any time.
Thank you. Assistant City Attorney Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. Just responding to the point Mr. Fletcher made, because I want to make it clear to everyone that the lighting was an issue for the UDC. It was approved by the UDC. It's not an issue for the, this licensed as restaurant. It's not an issue before the ALRC, and it's not even properly noticed that you would have. You just don't have jurisdiction over lighting. Let's make it that simple.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Allen. So we have a motion and second to refer to next month's ALRC meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of referral indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. All right, item 21 is referred. Next, item 22, change of licensed premise for Hong Kong Cafe at 2 South Mills Street. This is an application for the addition of the parcel at 8 South Mills to become part of the premises and to increase the capacity at Badger football game days to 938. The old capacity is 310. Mr. Clerk, do we have an applicant? Terry Leung.
Good evening, everyone. Terry from Hong Kong Cafe. I was here last month, but somehow there's some concern and there's some question haven't been answered. Today, I bring in my lawyer and bring in my architect. Hopefully, they will answer your concern and your questions.
Excellent, thank you. Committee, what are your concerns and questions? Mr. Grady.
Yeah, I'm wondering how you arrived at the, what is it, 938 as a capacity for this new addition? Where did that come from?
Sure. I'm Matt Arrow, architect. So the capacity is determined using the International Building Code criteria for standing room spaces and also where you have tables and chairs. In this case, the capacity, if it were standing room only, would actually be much higher. It's just a straight math equation. You take the areas and you divide by the square footage numbers that are allocated for that use. So what we have decided to do, and what they have traditionally done with their operation, is have a number of table and chairs available because they really are primarily a food operation during these events. So a large portion of the space is taken up with a lower occupant value when we do the math. So in theory, the space could hold over 1,200 people if we didn't have tables and chairs, for example. So the number is straight math. That's what it comes out to with the area that's indicated.
Any further questions, Mr. Grady?
Just for Attorney Allen, does this have to be approved by a city building codes or anything like that? The number of people in this area?
I believe it's the UDC approves outdoor patio use, but I would caution you that you should focus on whether or not it meets your criteria for approval and let that other body do its job as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Mr. Fletcher, then Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the discussion around the committee last month wasn't so much around the potential capacity and the design of the space. I think the focus of where we ended up was the discussion around, you've got to 938 and to the point that we just had with the previous applicant around incremental steps. We're still tripling the potential outdoor capacity for this space. And so I'm curious as to whether in the month or so between our last meeting and this one, that there's been any consideration or conversation around a more staggered approach that wouldn't instantly triple the outdoor kind of eating area from 310 to 938.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I mean, I think that was, at least on my end, and I don't know others, getting affirmation that was a clear concern that was articulated last month. And so if there hasn't been further consideration, I think that's problematic.
Could I just say, this application, including the increased capacity, has also been the subject of a proceeding that went to the Plan Commission and was approved at the Plan Commission. And I did submit, I think, extensive materials demonstrating that the neighborhood is well aware of what is proposed and is very supportive of it. So I think for those reasons, we wanted to continue on the path that we're on.
Explore this approach? Yeah. Okay.
One more thing is this. Last time, Captain referred me to talk to the police department. And then I went to the police department the next day. And somehow, when I tried to talk to the captain, I introduced myself to him. I said, this is Terry from Hong Kong Cafe. The captain said, why you are here? And then I just say, the committee referred me to talk about my project. And then he said, about the Hong Kong Cafe project. I already go through the whole thing, and I have already signed off. And he said, nobody brought that up. I said, no, nobody brought that up, therefore I was here. I think the captain said he will talk to the captain afterward.
Could I just supplement that? We did have a letter from Captain Langfield, I believe, an email that was sent to the clerk's office before your last meeting, and somehow it didn't make it to you all. That's been corrected. I think it's now included in your materials, and his statement was clear that the police department has no concerns whatsoever about the proposal.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Fletcher, further questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Cano Espino, then Alderbeater Silaf.
So I want to commend you for a great business, and it seems you do have a lot of support from a lot of people. It's impressive the package that you have. I think you do a great business. My concern is going from 300 people to 900 people standing, drinking, watching the games. I have issues with all of the standing, drinking, watching the games places that are around the city of Madison. I think that we have way too much concentration of that around the city. So my concern is not about you or your business or how good you are in the business, is the capacity of drinking related to those games. I know that the police feels that they don't have any concerns with you, but I have concerns of adding 600 more people to that capacity on those days. So it's nothing to do with your business or the support that you're getting. This is very impressive. And after all this, I may swallow my concern and vote yes, right? But just being honest with you, where I am hesitating, the increase from 300 to 900.
Okay, is that a question
No,
for them?
no, it's just a comment to the...
Do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions.
Alderbeater Silaf. No, because it wasn't a question. Alderbeater Silaf.
So I'll ask the question so you can respond, because I have the same concern as we were. So again, I get the more people, the more business. That piece all of us get. But have you thought about whether there is an ability for you, again, no question that you have a very successful business. Everybody loves your restaurant. Everybody does who's who in Madison goes to Hong Kong Cafe.
Thank you.
We got that. I love it too.
Thank you.
Parking, everybody likes parking too. All of those things, we are on board. It's about the football games and 938 people drinking, which is what falls under our purview as the Alcohol License Committee. One of our roles is to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of our community when it comes to alcohol use and service. So have you thought about any other number to just trial it for one season and then see how things go? Or you absolutely want 938, which is fine too, we need to make a decision.
Now, one thing is, can I answer that?
Yes.
Now, last time I was here, I brought a page from my CPA regarding how much my food and how much my beverage. Last time, I say already, my beverage sales, talking about for the whole year, including football Saturday, only take about 7%. And on the other hand, I also provide you a list of food when I'm doing the football.
Correct.
I can assure you no other beer garden will serve that many food items. Besides drinking, a lot of people think, of course, people go to the beer garden is drinking. I don't know, have you been my beer garden before? You can tell when people buying beverage, on the other hand, they're also buying food. You just like an outdoor restaurant. People just not coming in here for drinking. They are food and drink.
So the answer, I mean, again, just because I want to make sure that we can move on, the answer to my question is you still are standing by, you want to make sure that it's 900, the full capacity, and you feel that you have a business model for which you want to ask for that?
Yes, and
Okay.
you know, the closing on the sale of the adjacent property is contingent on getting this resolved. And so, you know, if we're unable to get this problem resolved, then the closing on the adjacent property, the expansion of the parking, you know, all of that is then in jeopardy.
Is contingent on the football game beer gardens?
Getting the zoning approved and the alcohol licensing issue addressed, yes, both issues.
Okay, again, I want to clarify, I don't think anybody's saying that you would not get an alcohol license for the beer garden. It's the number.
Correct.
It's the number that we're talking about, so that's why I'm asking you very specifically. Is it contingent on 958 being approved by ALRC? Is that what the sale is contingent on? Or is it a contingent on the fact that we will give a increased capacity for beer garden?
So it's a technical question, but the closing need not occur if the increase in capacity is not approved. There's a business decision that would need to be
Correct.
made
That's why I
about
was
whether
there.
proceed, yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Alder Bidar-Silaf. Mr. Grady.
Question, how many people do you generally serve on a football weekend, like the Saturday game?
Okay, like last year, the most I served in one game around 900 people. 900 people for the whole time.
The whole day?
For the whole day. My
So-
capacity, you're talking about 310. But for the whole day, you're talking about 6 or 7 hours. You know, just like I say, my beer garden or food garden, you see there's family coming in, not just people drinking. Family, you see some little children, just like I mentioned to you last time, you know, with the supporting letter from the neighborhood house, Dan Foley. He came to my beer garden all the time. He saw a lot of family coming to my beer garden. It's not like people just come here to drinking. People come here, food and drink. And also, nowadays, I talk with other beer garden operator. They're talking about people come in, like 1 hour, they maybe order just a can of beer. And then after they're done, they go to a different place. It won't be people staying in my beer garden for the whole day, keep drinking.
So you don't anticipate that there would be 900 people at any one time in that beer garden?
No.
So what would you anticipate you would have in that beer garden as a, let's say, an average number
Average number.
at one time?
Now, sometimes it reaches the capacity. Sometimes it reaches the capacity. It depends on the.
You could have 900 people.
Yeah. Like depend on who they play with. If they say like they play with some top ranked team, then sometimes I may reach that capacity. But most of the time, people come in, drink a beer or have something to eat, then go to the stadium. And then after the game, people doing the same thing, They won't keep drinking. Therefore, you see the police department have no problem for me to raise to 938 people capacity. Because I deal with the police all the time. They've been patrol my beer garden all the time. They don't see any problem with my operation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grady. Assistant City Attorney Allen.
Thank you. Matt, I know you'd be a very capable attorney in this area, so I'm trying to flesh out the record for my own purposes should we end up in another forum. The committee is concerned here, obviously, because there's a difference. Nothing about this gentleman here. He's got an established record. It's about the behavior of crowds, which can change dramatically as a crowd increases. You lose a sense of individual, and the crowd adopts its own personality. I don't know if this gentleman has seen a crowd that size at one time. It might be helpful to the committee if there were some discussion of any security measures that will be different than the measures currently in place. At least we should have that on the record to be fair to anybody who has to review this. And ultimately, what's happening here tonight is a recommendation to the Common Council from the ALRC. So you'll have another opportunity to argue your case before the full Common Council if this doesn't go your way.
Can I speak to that briefly? There is included as Exhibit 4 to the initial application that was submitted, the outdoor beer garden management plan that has been proposed. 68 licensed bartenders on site, 4 to 5 people cooking food on site, adequate portable toilets outside to increase the number to serve the people available. 3 people as security at each gate, plus 2 security people walking around within the beer garden. Those people are going to be contracted from the, I have trouble with pronunciation.
Song Yi Kung Fu Association.
All employees will be in uniform so they can be easily recognized by customers. Surveillance cameras will cover the entire area, so if there is ever an incident, it will be something that can be reviewed by law enforcement. We'll have a manager on site at all times. And of course, we have a mix in this location of standing room and tables and chairs. The site plan indicates that, this is not going to be a, shall we say, a sardine can situation. I think there's going to be ample room for people to sit down. It's not going to be crowded. We do have the architect here who can speak to the concern about whether it's going to be kind of a tightly packed situation.
Just to add to what I said earlier, again, this is the area of tables and chairs. Again, it reduces the concentration of occupants, the calculations required. There's a formula that's dictated for how this is to be calculated, and it's based on area, straight area. And that's how the other beer gardens are also calculated for occupancy, some of which exceed this amount of occupants as well. Some are 900, some are over 1,000.
Can I ask a question? Your calculation is the maximum occupancy?
We have to use the maximum occupancy based
Okay,
on
I just wanted for the record to say, when you say that's the calculation for other beer garden, is the calculation of the maximum occupancy for that area?
That's what the city requires us to use the calculation to determine the occupant load for these areas.
The maximum occupancy of that area?
Right, yes.
Thank you. And so, can I?
I think there might be a misunderstanding, though. Maybe either I'm misunderstanding or, as I understood you earlier, you said that the capacity that's being requested is less than the maximum occupancy that would be allowable under the code.
Yeah, if we didn't have tables and chairs, we could fit substantially more people in this space.
It's the maximum occupancy that is allowed for what you have set up that area to be, which is with the chairs and tables.
For what is proposed, yes.
Right. Okay. And I guess my other question is, is everybody clear that all the beer gardens that we currently have we don't approve potentially their maximum capacity of the area that they have?
Well,
We don't have to, is that, I mean, I'm just, for the record, so what you're asking us and just for any licensed establishment for that matter, whether it's beer garden, inside capacity, patio capacity, what we as ALRC decide to approve can be a different capacity, always lower clearly than the maximum capacity, because we don't want to have problems with the fire department, but we do not approve the maximum capacity of an establishment by any rules.
Right, I think if there's a reason to not approve the maximum capacity, then you certainly have that authority.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Do we have any other questions for the
Yep,
applicant?
we have another one in the queue. Alder Skidmore.
Clarification, either for the council or for the architect. I want to clarify how many security people you're going to have here. How many entrances? You said you're going to have 2 guards at each entrance. Are there 2 entrances?
Could you speak to the entrances?
Yeah, there's two that are added, but there's one that's also a gate that's a third that's required because of the number. So there actually are 3 places of.
So three entrance points, 2 guards per entry point, plus how many floaters? So you got 6, 7, 8 total guards.
Let me confirm with you, is that correct?
No, I have 3 people at each gate.
That's 6.
Yeah.
Plus 2
patrol.
8.
Okay, and what's this organization that?
This Song Yi Kung Fu Association. This is on East Washington, and they are teaching Kung Fu for the public, and I believe some policemen training over there too.
Are they licensed by the state of Wisconsin as
Yes.
a private security company?
I didn't check.
Thank you. I'll have questions for staff.
All right, are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, you can have a seat. Just as food for thought, I've gone through the existing licenses in that neighborhood. The current total capacity of that 4 blocks of Regent Street on game days is 2,863. This would raise it to 3,491, which is an increase of 628 or 22%. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was great statistics. I guess my main question is of the police department, and that really is the police department is kind of focused in on the attachment and the email that we have in our packets, suggesting that they did not have a problem with this increase. Does Captain Freeman want to provide any clarity? Because this is at least a substantial, in my opinion, increase in the capacity during game days. And is it because of the location, the owner, the setup? Or I guess what is underlying the police department's lack of concern here?
So, as the applicant said, he met with and got an endorsement by one of our district captains, Captain Langfeld, who is responsible for the Midtown Police District. Midtown has taken ownership of football game days, and so he made a determination independent of me, based on the information he had, which may or may not be the same information we have, and discussions he's had with the applicant, of which I am not aware of. So, without knowing what specifically he was looking at, I don't want to speak as to his decision-making process. Having had that responsibility in my district for the previous 2 years, the 17 and 18, or at least a chunk of the 18 seasons, we have a lot of officers working that area because of the concerns about the crowd size and the consumption of alcohol. And, as for whatever reason, if we're going to see a significant expansion of expected alcohol consumption, that's going to potentially have some implications regardless of the venue, regardless of the history. So again, I'm not, specifically, I can't comment because I don't have enough information, and I have reached out to Captain Langfeld, as well as one of his lieutenants. I did hear back from one of his lieutenants who can't provide any illumination. I haven't heard back from Captain Langfeld, but in general, I certainly recognize what I sense as to either the direct or indirect concerns that the committee is raising, and I share them. I wish I had more information about what Captain Langfeld, what caused him to make the determination. He's a very experienced individual. He's been a captain for a long time, and I just haven't had a chance to talk to him about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Alder Bidarci-Leff.
I'm just going to use my headspace for a bit.
Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I have concerns about the number, and I want to get some specific questions for the captain. I know you're not JA, but I'm wondering if you could maybe use some of your standards. I'm doing the math, and I calculate about close to 120 patrons per security staff, assuming maximum. And this is a game day event, so yes, there will be food, but there will be a lot of alcohol being consumed, and your point is well taken about how many other people are going to be there. It's going to be a party atmosphere. Are you concerned about having that large a crowd? And Roger, yes, this could turn into a mob. That's how it works. Just add alcohol.
I think the larger the venue, the greater the potential for problems. Now, as we well know, we've seen small venues that have spun out of control and large venues that have been extremely diligent and calm. But, in terms of, is there a magic number for security? I don't think so, but it does get very difficult to control, a crowd of 1,000 people. And again, that's not any kind of that's no malign intent, nothing other than, the ownership being diligent regardless of the venue. That's difficult. And it would be, and going from a tripling the size of your venue is going to have a lot of challenges. And, I see the opportunities, but I also see the challenges to security and et cetera.
Thanks. One follow-up question is, I had asked about whether the security, the security that would be there were actually licensed by the state. I think I know the answer, that since this might be considered a bar, there could be bouncers, which means that there are no training required. Could you speak to that? Is there any, do you guys have, does MPD have any guidelines, suggestions, or requirements for training for event security?
So some of that may fall into Attorney Allen's bailiwick, I'm hoping. We do not have specific guidelines that MPD internally owns, suggesting what level of training, a bar back or a bouncer would have. I mean, we work in the Central District. The community policing team works with bars that are willing to discuss with us, and we talk about best practices. And if we have, concerns about the number of staff or maybe their approach, their mindset, we certainly can suggest some practices, training, but I'm not aware of anything internally to MPD which says you shall, it's not a formula or a metric that we apply to bar staff.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Committee, what is your pleasure? The applicant has expressed to me that he's willing to decrease the capacity by 100, so that is from 938 to 838. Mr. Grady.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the decrease of the 100 people.
So we have a motion to approve with the capacity of 838 on game days. Is there a second to this motion by someone? Okay, Alder Verveer has seconded. Mr. Grady, would you like to speak to your motion?
I look at the presentation that this gentleman and his business have given us, and, I think it's one of the most extensive I've seen. And, he's contacted everybody, it looks like, in a 3 or 4 block area going in all different directions. And I haven't seen anything here that has anything other than a concern for his business, and people seem to be very accepting of the increase in capacity and the increase in business for him.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grady. Alder Bieder-Seeloff.
I have a comment, and then I have also a question for staff. But my comment is that I just want to be clear on the record that the issue with beer gardens is really not an issue. I say for a neighborhood that has, in my aldermanic district, have dealt a lot with beer gardens, is not that much an issue of the spillover into the neighborhood and it creating issues in the neighborhood. It's an issue of what potentially happens within the beer garden and with individuals right outside the beer garden. Because again, we're talking about football Saturday, so the spillover into the neighborhood, like there's people in the neighborhood. In our neighborhoods, what we're talking about, it's full of people walking, tailgating, all kinds of things. I mean, right around Hong Kong Cafe, there is plenty of tailgating going on and other stuff. So it's not a matter of whether it's going to negatively affect that much the neighborhood itself. It's really about whether it's going to negatively affect the health and well-being of the community with a big C, as far as the consequences of over-drinking, which we're going to hear about later in the evening, and the behaviors that come with people being intoxicated and the consequences that has both for physical, maybe health of those individuals, and also with the police department and need for additional resources to be allocated to the area. So that's it for the record. Again, that's why I think this clearly is a loved establishment. There is absolutely nothing that would indicate that anybody should have anything but absolute best love for this establishment, for what they do in the neighborhood as a restaurant, and for the owner, who's clearly a very, very capable and very nice gentleman. So I just want to be very clear that this is, again, not related to any of that, but related to what happens when you put 1,000 people that drink. I also want to add to the record that even though somebody doesn't come to a particular establishment to be over drinking in that establishment, unfortunately, the way that the kind of beer garden environment or that whole corridor works is people are going from one establishment to the other. And therefore, if there is something that started in another establishment, then they can already come in with have already had 3, and then now they're having 2, which doesn't seem much in that establishment, but it's an additional to the 3 shots in the previous establishment. So I have a question now I said all that to ask a question of the city attorney, which is there any way in our ability to put any kind of conditions that, kind of like we've done in the past, where we ask that the establishment comes back to us after like the next football season for a reevaluation? And does that have, because we've gone through this before, any teeth? Like if we say, okay, like come back in, after the last football game in November before ALRC, so that we can have a discussion and have the police department tell us how things went? And
I'll address the last part of that question first. That's really an issue that doesn't take any legal expertise to determine. That's one that you can resolve yourselves. As to whether or not you can place that condition, yes, you can.
You said the last question was what? Yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
No. The first question as to whether you could place the condition, the answer is yes, of course you can. As to whether it's effective or not, I'm going to leave you to be the judges of that.
Okay.
I,
It depends, is best.
I'm not even going that far.
I'll respond to that in part. If we have a condition that says the capacity is this amount and they have to come back and talk to us, all they have to do is come back and talk to us, and it doesn't matter what's happened in between. But if we have a condition that says the capacity goes up to this much and it will revert back to a lower amount, but they can come back to us in order to get it bounced back to the higher amount, like what we had with Kuko's, with their ending time, where if things went well and they came back, we could approve the extension of those hours. Assistant City Attorney Allen is shaking his head, though.
I don't recall that being done. I think that's a horrible way to proceed, because you can't bind the hands of the Common Council or the next committee. You know, this committee has turnover, not all the time, but there is turnover, and they may not see things the same way. So you can't make that type of commitment.
Thank you. Mr. Kano Espina.
So, I don't feel that increasing the capacity to anything over doubling what they have right now would be in the best interest of the safety of the community. Yes, it will be in the best interest of the business. Yes, it will be in the best interest of the people who want to tailgate and party on football game to some extent, but not to their health, not to the health of the community. So I appreciate the owner's effort to bring it down to 838. But for me, it is too large of an increase that can cause actually the type of problems that the elder spoke to before me. So I will be voting no to this motion.
Thank you. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, and I really appreciate and agree with Alder Badar's comments and analysis. I think they helped clarify my concern. I want to echo what she said, that I have a great deal of respect for the Hong Kong Cafe. I've enjoyed eating there, and I have great faith that they're trying to do the right thing. But I also agree with my other colleague that going up to even 800 and some is a big stretch, and I think the intentions are well. I think they're well. They're good intentions to maintain security and safety there, but with having over 800 people potentially drinking, coming in after having drank and having a party atmosphere, it doesn't take a lot for that atmosphere to turn and get ugly. And once you lose control, you can't get it back, and then we're going to have a different discussion. So I'm not opposed to this action, but I'm very concerned about the number, and I'm not exactly sure what the right number is, and I'm more inclined to go with doubling what it is now in the 600 range rather than going up to 800. That's how I'm feeling right now. So thank you.
Alder Peter Seeloff.
Just because we could be here negotiating the numbers, which is the reason, by the way, that I send a very kind of clear message at the last ALRC so that we wouldn't be in the position of trying to, on the floor, negotiate a number, because I kind of have a good sense that way about where things go. I tend to agree with Alder Skidmore. Certainly double, I would feel very comfortable with. Like if we were at 620, I would feel like, okay, that, you know, we've said we've increased by 50%. Let's see how it goes. And as I said at the previous ALRC too, what we can consider is an application next year to then say, hey, everything went well this first football season. Now we want to increase it to, for the next one, to 938. Like, I feel like that step process where we actually, again, for the health, well-being, and safety of our residents have more control of incrementally doing things is a better approach, because as we've just heard, once we go higher number, we don't have many, the tools in our toolbox to go lower after that are much more challenging. So that said, I'm just going to throw out there that, I think, in the sense of compromise, because, again, certainly there is huge amount of people that are supporting this. The alder is supporting this. I would say that I would be willing and comfortable to go to 700, 200, about 200 less than what was requested. But again, I will also disclose that now we're coming up with numbers that are just feelings. It's my
Wait and see if they have any
filibuster.
questions for you.
What happened?
Are there any questions or comments? Okay. Let's see, Mr. Fletcher.
I don't know if the applicant or his attorney have further comments that they wish to make about the capacity discussion at this time. How about that?
I believe you have a very open-ended question.
It was a question, though. You can't say it was a statement. I'm just saying.
Yes, we do have further comments we'd like to make.
Yeah.
So Terry's been listening to your discussion, and he, in particular in response to the last suggestion about a number, he's suggested 738, I believe.
Yeah, is it okay with everybody?
Well, you'll find out when they vote on it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher. still?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend the motion on the table to be 738 instead of 838. I think, go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry.
We have a motion to amend, and I hear a second.
By the way, 'cause
Yeah, there's agreement.
the maker of the motion's also nodding, and I'm, as a seconder,
I have no problem with that. The only thing, I remember when Lucky's came here, I don't really remember us fighting over,
There's a lot of.
did we?
Lucky's
Have we done
total-
that with other beer
Lucky's
gardens?
game
I'm
day
just
capacity
trying to
total
remember
is
how we did that.
658.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
No. Okay, well, we probably don't need to go through the formal motion because everybody's nodding and saying they like 738. So, Mr. Fletcher, you still have,
No, I think that's a good compromise. So thank you.
okay, Mr. Cano Espina?
Thank you for the compromise and good luck, and hopefully, I was gonna say, I don't want to really do 1,000 people. I'm get scared with 1,000 people. So hopefully 738 will be great for your business and you will be awesome.
Hopefully, let me run for a few years.
Thank you.
Come back to ask you to increase a little bit. Thank you, thank you.
Alder Peter Seeloff.
My father always said to go incremental, ask for more and more permission. So, it worked for me. I just want to say again, to have the record to the question, because we nodded our head kind of to your question. I can tell you in my first few years as an alder for District 5, and Alder Vivier remembers these times, we had a lot of conversations and a lot of rethinking about beer gardens and how we were doing the capacity, how we're doing the security. We actually then developed a whole set of uniform rules for beer gardens through our zoning coordinator. So I spent a lot of quality time around beer gardens. And then things they got stabilized, and also a large beer garden disappeared through construction of a new building. So that kind of helped. But it has been always a subject of lots of discussion, because that large amount of people really does create, just by the nature of people being in that kind of environment, tends to increase the chances for issues. And thank you again for agreeing to a compromise.
Okay. So, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the table for a change of licensed premise for Hong Kong Cafe to expand the premises to include the parcel at 8 South Mills and to increase the Badger football capacity to 738. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Okay, moving on to item 23, Festival Foods, change of licensed premises. This is a request to change the premises description to include designated stalls in the parking lot for online grocery pickup. And Kevin Schnell?
Yes.
Excellent.
All right, well, thank you for letting me be here. Apologize for the miscommunication on the meeting tonight, and unfortunately not being able to have the informational meeting that we're looking at. So if I'm able to get the resources to be able to hold that as soon as possible before the next city council meeting, that would be much appreciated. I'll get working on that right away tomorrow. Again, want to thank everybody for letting us be here. And again, I'm not sure how much details you have on it, but the idea is really to be able to operate the idea of getting that click and go or that e-commerce pickup to include alcohol. And of course, the reasoning behind that is a convenience of sorts, to be able to have somebody add a bottle of wine, to restock the pantry per se, and not a drive-up alcohol service. There's a 4-hour lead time to be able to place that order from when you can pick that up.
Okay. Committee questions. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience tonight, being here so long. I presume that you're aware of the Madison ordinance on this particular topic?
What is it? I'm sorry.
Are you aware that the city of Madison has a specific ordinance relating to this sort of activity by commercial establishments?
No, I am not aware.
Okay, so I would encourage you, I don't have the site off the top of my head, maybe Attorney Allen could research it while we're still talking amongst ourselves, but somewhere in our alcohol license ordinance is a specific, very specific requirement that was precipitated by, actually Roundy's was the first establishment to come into our community seeking this after it had been approved in other Wisconsin communities and obviously around the country, to be sure as well. And I know you have stores all over the state, so you might be aware that I believe that communities all over the state have different ordinances on the topic, but we do have an ordinance that's rather similar to other communities that does specify time constraints, identification constraints, security camera requirements, et cetera, et cetera. I was the sponsor of that ordinance, but I don't remember the details of it myself sitting here, I'll confess. So I personally have no problem with supporting your, license amendment tonight to expand your premise area for this activity, but I would absolutely encourage you to seek the specific Madison ordinance to make sure that the Madison store is in full compliance of operationally of the requirements of our Madison ordinance, which is explicit that you have to follow that. In any event, we aren't going to sit here tonight and add all sorts of random conditions to your license with the requirements. Thank you. As you just saw, our legal counsel provided me the exact citation. I don't know if you have a pen with you or not, but if you go to the City of Madison website, cityofmadison.com, and find the link to the Madison General Ordinances, they're all online. The specific MGO, as we call it, Madison General Ordinance, is 38.07 sub 4. By subsection, I mean parentheses 4. So 38.07 sub 4, or again, parenthetically the number 4. And you'll, thank you very much. So thanks to our legal counsel for quickly finding that for me. That will give you all sorts of specifics, as I say, and encourage you to check that out before you even begin installation, because it might require that you install an additional security camera over those parking spaces if your coverage already doesn't include those spaces, is one example. So thank you.
Yes, and there's quite a lot of detail that we have gone through, I think, because of similar ordinances. So I would assume, unfortunately, that the support person working on this had gone through that to make sure that those were covered, but I will definitely go on there to make sure that what we have in plan will cover that.
To add that our deputy city clerk, who's sitting right here, Jim, is also available to answer any questions and help you through that process, so.
Thank you, Alder Beater Seeloff. Mr. Cano Espina.
If there are more questions, I was just going to move to approve.
Are there any further questions for the applicant? Okay.
My assumption is that if it's approved, that you're going to follow all these particular guidelines, but Alder Bidar is saying maybe referral?
Well, so we've heard a motion. Does anyone want to second that motion? I remind you, okay. I've got a second, motion and a second, discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of approval?
There's no need to discuss.
Okay. All those in favor of approving item 23 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Okay. Next up, item 25. This is a 21-plus entertainment license for the beer garden at Olbrich Park. We have Mike Bear here in support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to the committee. We're pleased to report we've completed a second successful season at the beer garden. We're here tonight seeking an entertainment license to allow live amplified music, sort of in accordance with the previous discussions that we had. Simply didn't have the license to do that. So we've discussed this with Alder Ahrens, with Captain Snyder from the Eastern District, the Parks Division, Superintendent and staff, the Parks Commission, all with no objections. We've also presented to the Eastmoreland Community Association, who had no objections as well. We held our required meeting. There were no attendees. We intend to do with this a sort of limited number of live music events focusing on bluegrass, folk, acoustic genres, real calm, not sort of offensive to anyone nearby. And we'd like to do this, we'll do this within the condition already on our license, limiting us to amplification on Fridays and Saturdays from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Within the PA1 amplification level that we're limited to by our use agreement with the city, approved by the City Council, and within the safety plan and the responsible alcohol consumption action plan that were attached to our license application. We've done several solo acoustic music performances already, a couple of events with an accordion, a couple of events with a child performer for children who did singing and guitar, violin, banjo sorts of music. All successful, safe, and responsible. We've had requests from our customers for more of that sort of thing and more music in general. So we hope to have your approval to move forward with this, and happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Thank you very much. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Fletcher?
Question for you, Mr. Chair. Is everyone registered from the public to speak?
I was actually going to volunteer that information. There is no one from the public registered to speak on this item. This is the beer garden at Olbrich Park, and there's nobody here in objection.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming that the lack of attendance at your required meeting was, I mean, you promoted it pretty standard.
Right, as required, shared it with the neighborhood association, and I assume the city notifications also went out, but as required, yes.
And you're thinking how many times per month, roughly?
Unclear. We'd sort of spitballing every other week was the thought for amplifying. We may continue to do, you don't need to amplify an accordion, don't necessarily need to amplify the kids' music that we've done. And that's those we've done, the kids' music we've done more on weeknights than weekends, which is what this would be. So we're thinking every 2 weeks in the warmer late May to end of August into early September months. So 8 to 10 performances, but we'd may go beyond that, but nothing significantly beyond that, because we just don't have the capacity to promote and book and do all the things that go with that, beyond those every other week.
And the decibel amount that's in your use agreement with the city, is that for, obviously not having the use agreement here, is that for the potential for amplified music? What's the kind of qualifier on the decibel amount?
It's an allowance for us to do amplified music. So the use agreement different from conditions on our license, obviously, and it's a PA1 level, which is 75. With the caveat, I didn't look at the ordinance or the agreement before this. But
75 decibels measured at 150 feet.
150 feet. Thank you.
Okay. Got no further questions. Is there anyone else in the queue?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Cano Espina.
Hi, thank you, and great for the great success in the last 2 years and following everything after all the big discussion.
Thank you.
When you, and this is more of like a personal question, it's not, one of the things that I would like to see in entertainment venues is how the owner thinks about diversity and thinks about exposing the community to diverse music.
Sure.
And having that opportunity to have cultural aspects in this place will be great. It's not a regulation, right? It's
Sure.
just like awesome, seems like great, seems like nobody has problems.
Sure.
Maybe you can expose people to diverse music and not just the type of music that you were just talking about.
Duly noted.
Thank
That's a great point, and we have, if I can respond, we have been very intentional about finding diverse food carts when we have food cart nights, and ensuring that our staff is diverse and represents the community broadly. So it is a commitment that we have and will continue, and this is another opportunity. So.
All right, Mr. Fletcher.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Skidmore. Go ahead.
I will not be supporting this. I did not support the original concept of having a private licensed establishment on public land, particularly a park with lakefront, and I oppose expansion of it. It's mission creep, and I still oppose it, and I want to be recorded as a no vote.
Okay. Thank you, and I apologize for not noticing your registration before. All right, item 26, Little Tibet on Johnson, 827 East Johnson Street. This is a new license and registered. Can you say your name for the record, please?
Hello, everybody. My name is Namgyal Ponsar, and I'm here on behalf of Little Tibet on Johnson, a Tibetan and Himalayan cuisine restaurant, which is going to be located at 827 East Johnson Street. Just a little background about our family business. For the last 3 years, we have been operating 2 mobile food cart business called Little Tibet. And now we are going to expand it to a brick and mortar restaurant, which is, according to the building inspection this morning, I confirmed it's a 48 seating capacity. And on our application, we have put 30 capacity indoor. So we would like to request to keep it to 48 capacity. And then the business operation will be Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m., meaning after 10, no alcohol serving. We are applying for wine and beer license.
Okay, thank you. And for the committee, if you hadn't noticed, we have an addition to our packet. The alder and police in the neighborhood approve or support this with the conditions of no amplified sound outdoors and alcohol service to cease by 10 p.m. So Alder Biedersee-Laff.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that you're in full agreement with these conditions. So it would be no outdoor amplified music, sound, and alcohol service will cease by 10 p.m. And then the other change you would like us to make, just so I'm clear, is that you would like the capacity to be a maximum capacity of 48.
48,
Instead of the 30 you had in your original application. Thank you. So maybe somebody can make.
Okay. Mr. Cano Espina?
So I just wanted to clarify the capacity thing. You have 30 and 15. You still want to have 15 outside?
Yes.
So it will be 48 inside, 15 outside?
Yeah, actual capacity for the outdoor patio, it can go from 15 till 20, if you know.
But you're just asking for 15?
I would like to have 20, but I'm not sure like how, in terms of serving alcohol. At the, yesterday's neighborhood meeting, they said the indoor capacity is what it matters. Like, so I'm not sure. Like, I'm pretty, inexperienced in terms of this. So.
Any further questions, Mr. Cano?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, then Alder Beater-Seeloff.
I'll yield to the Alder for unless.
All right, Alder Beater-Seeloff.
Oh, so I just wanted to clarify, you said that at the neighborhood meeting, you said 15 outdoor, right? That's the number you shared with the
Yes,
neighborhood?
yes, so-
And I think I would stick to the number that was shared with the neighborhood for outdoor, because as we all know, outdoor has a different noise consequences.
And just FYI,
so-
there's like a, it has a partition like taller than me, like long. Yeah.
So should I make the motion? So,
Yeah, I have one additional question, and then I was on question 57, your 10% other that you mentioned in terms of your percentage of kind of sales. What is the 10% other?
When I did the application, in my mind I was thinking 10% non-alcoholic stuff, but also at the same time. I was thinking about we have a traditional drink which does have a very small percentage of alcohol. I'm not sure how much there is, but there's a very small percentage. It's like a kombucha kind of drink. So I was thinking that in my mind, maybe down the road I wanted to add that, but not right now.
Oh, okay. Then unless the Alder wants to make the motion, I'll move approval with the two conditions as specified by Alder Zeller's no outdoor amplified sound, and then with the applicant's affirmation, the alcohol service ceasing at 10 p.m. And we also make the amendment for the record, to question 12 about the capacity being 48.
Okay. Hear a motion, do I hear a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it. All right. We already did 27, 28 was referred. Next item is 29, a new license for McKesey's Irish Pub at 317 State Street. Probably the most appropriate address for a bar in Madison. Who do we have registered? Jessica Dye is the applicant. So Jessica Dye?
I'm Jessica Dye, and I am purchasing the Irish Pub from Mark Mackesy. We're going to continue to operate it as it has been for the last 30-some years. I have been in the hospitality industry for over 20 years, working on State Street and surrounding downtown area. And my husband has also worked there for about 20+ years. He just fills in now and then, but he's also been part of the bar family for a number of years also.
Okay. And that's William Dye, who's registered in support, available to answer questions. Cool. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Okay. Let's see. We have another registrant, so can you please have a seat? We'll call you back up if we have more questions for you. Next is Mark McKesey in support, wishing to speak.
I'm Mark McKesey. For 35 years, I've owned the Irish pub. Everybody calls me Mac. Pat was a bartender 24 years ago, and he never has really left. And I really liked it when Pat just said that it's all part of the Irish pub family. And I was very excited 2 years ago when I announced to my staff that I would want to be selling the business, and Pat and Jess came forward because they are part of the Irish pub family. And I know that they'll do a good job. They've both been in the hospitality industry. Pat has never surrendered his bartender's license after he supposedly put in his 2 weeks notice. He's always filled in at probably homecoming football game, St. Patrick's Day, which I asked him to do this year coming up. And I know that Pat and Jess will do a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We also, any questions for the speaker? Thank you, you can have a seat. We also have Kevin Lederer in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Alder Verveer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see anyone on this side, at least buttons pressed, so I'll move to grant the license.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And if I could say a few words on my motion then. So some of you, or maybe none of you realize this, but Mac served on this august body for many, many years as the representative of the Tavern League of Dane County. So Mac has always had a special place in my heart, and I've always thought the world of you, Mac, and you know that. I knew that this day would come, and I really want to just, first and foremost, actually extend in a very public way my heartfelt congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, Mac. I don't know what you're going to do with all your free time, since you still are at your establishment every day, at least serving lunch to your loyal patrons and that sort of thing. One of the things that I've said over the years that I've served on the committee is that, and I've said it many times, is that it really, I think, is very special when an establishment owner is able to, in essence, hand her or his business onto one or more of their employees. We see that somewhat frequently, but not all that frequently, so maybe that's not even the best choice of words, but we see it, at least I see it downtown where I'm more familiar, a handful of times. And whether it's downtown or anywhere else in the city, I just think it's really cool when an owner goes out of his way to make it a transactional effort to really make it work, that the employee, one or more of the employees, takes ownership. And I know Pat has worked off and on at Irish for many, many, many years, at least on St. Patrick's Day, which is the big day at Irish, obviously. So I just want to, again, really extend my heartfelt congrats to you, Mac, and thank you one last time for all your service, all the years you served on this committee. For those that don't know, he deserves a gold star for toiling under the chairpersonship of Tim Brewer, who always put him on the spot often. For those of you that knew Tim, when he served as chair of this committee, he always would, as I remember, abruptly say, "Mr. Mac, what do you think of that?" And he'd always call you Mr. Mac at the meetings. So anyway, I'm sorry I'm being so sentimental at this hour, but with all that said, I had a nice conversation with Jessica. Turns out that I probably knew her when she worked across the street at Stillwater's with Mike Rogers for many years, and I think it's really cool that Jessica will be able to come back, as she mentioned in her testimony, to her kind of roots on State Street. I'm sure that given the very fragile location that Irish occupies, just because of the virtue that it's on State Street, a topic that we always talk about at length at these meetings whenever there's an application in this general area. We probably will want to make sure that Captain Friedman and his district are comfortable with this. But let me just say that I'm more than comfortable. not just because of the almost familial relationship that I've already articulated, but because really I have every confidence in Jessica that she'll continue the strong management of the establishment that has never been a concern to me all the years I've represented that block on the city council. So I don't feel a need to add any particular conditions to the license. I think it's going to do just fine the way it is, and although Jessica didn't admit it in her testimony, she did say to me privately that she does plan to do everything she can to expand the food offerings there. Their space is limited in terms of kitchen availabilities, but you know, that's something that I know my colleagues would be interested in knowing too, is that I think you might see a even stronger food presence at Irish Pub in the future. So with all that said, thank you again, Mac, for your long ago service on this committee, and congrats on your retirement, and congratulations to you, Jessica and Pat. By the way, I think it's great that she's keeping the existing managers as part of the team, absolutely, and wish you all the success and look forward to that. Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, just following up on Alder Vivier's statement, the question for the police department, and I'm assuming there's no problem that the police department has with this particular application.
No, we've never had any issues with Irish Pub, and that's a great thing, and I appreciate that as well. I do have may I ask a question? So I'm looking at the service hours, and just so that I'm clear, when it's indicated that continuously served through lunch and dinner, so if the time is 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Tuesday or 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday, alcohol service would cease whenever dinner ceases. Is that correct? Or does alcohol service continue, or it goes till 2 a.m.
Correct.
bar
Alcohol
time?
service would continue
Okay.
until 2 or 2:30 on the weekends.
Okay, so no changes from before?
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, out of curiosity, are there existing conditions?
There's currently a condition that the Sidewalk Cafe must meet and comply with Section 9.13, sub 6, sub J, sub 2 and 3 of MGO.
Because it's explicit in the ordinance, everyone should follow it.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed to have the same privilege? Any abstentions? All right, the ayes have it. And item 30, a presentation about high-risk alcohol use at UW Madison and proposed policy solutions for the city of Madison.
They actually said that you can go first. They want to hear your presentation.
I don't know how this works. Okay. If you can go over to this side, there's a, go around back. Why don't you, can you help?
I don't know if it's as simple as.
I do have a dongle and a slide deck if that's helpful.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah.
There you go. It just works. Thank you very much. Is it possible to grab a chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't apologize. It's been a long night, huh? Just turn off your mic so I can't hear you crunching. Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. Leslie Aranti, I'm the Director of Community Relations for UW-Madison. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with everyone tonight. I want to state very clearly that while I'm actually a formal appointee on this body, the university cares deeply about the well-being and the success of our student population on campus, but we also respect our valuable relationship with the city, and we're collaborative in multiple capacities. While I don't believe that we're formally in a position to inform policy, should I be modifying this? Is that, all right, that is better. Shall I start over? Is that necessary? Okay. So while of course, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate for our institution to inform citywide, alcohol licensing allocation, it is really critical for us to be able to inform with consideration of the 66,000 people that reside on our campus, provide information to inform the work that you folks do day in, day out. So we appreciate the opportunity to share some of this information with you folks. That said, we have found successful strategies on campus that we've employed that we were hoping could inform some of the city's ongoing efforts around policy creation and enforcement in the alcohol area. The second thing I want to say is that there are many people and units across campus who work on this issue area in a comprehensive capacity, right? So we do have student supports, we have police, of course, we have legal affairs, myself, so on and so forth. So while I'm the appropriate point person for the city relationship, because this is truly a widespread collaborative priority across our campus, if I'm unable to address questions tonight, I'd be happy to follow up with the necessary information or the appropriate point of contact. So, with that said, what I would like to do is reintroduce a presentation that was given in October, just given that a little time has passed. Hopefully folks are refreshed post-holidays, though the snow and the lovely weather has probably drained us once again. But again, all of these slides have directly been pulled from that past presentation, which is referenced on the bottom by my colleagues Marlena Holden and Brianda Washington of University Health Services. So I serve as an appointee on the Chancellor's behalf to both city and county government, but also as an appointee on the Chancellor's Advisory Group for Alcohol and Other Drugs. So that group is tasked with, again, representation across different entities supporting students on campus. We bring together a comprehensive lens to inform high-level campus policy, and of course inform leadership on how to address effects of alcohol on campus culture. And so I do want to start us off by stating our collective university alcohol statement. So let me just share. It's integral to our prevention efforts to send consistent alcohol messages to our campus community. So this following message was crafted by these university partners to communicate UW-Madison's values around alcohol abuse prevention. It is our mission at UW-Madison to provide learning environments where all students can reach their highest potential. Changing the culture around high-risk drinking is a priority. We recognize that everyone plays a role in promoting an environment that supports responsible drinking. We define responsible drinking as legal and low-risk consumption. Our data shows that the majority of students who drink do so at moderate consumption level, and some do not drink at all. That's important to say out loud. Students who choose to consume alcohol are impacted by a number of consequences ranging from academics, well-being, and even UW-Madison student status. Now, as a caring community, we encourage students to be active bystanders and to intervene when they witness peers making high-risk choices around alcohol. As we engage in partnerships for positive change, we commit to effective evidence-based strategies that promote the well-being and the safety of our students. So that, again, brings me here today. So with consideration to the slide deck that's posted now, context is, I think, very important. Now, our state has the highest rate of binge drinking from 18 to 44 years old. It increases with age. And as we are a land-grant institution that's dedicated to our in-state students and pull in 3,600, forgive me, I'm running on a little sleep and I'm recovering from a cold. 3,600 students every year, a minimum of that number. It's already a high-risk population that we're pulling in. Now, of course, too, it's worth mentioning that our campus community, our city at large, we have a prominent, alcohol consumption culture. Within the 3-mile radius of campus, we have 375 alcohol establishments, 200 in the 53703 zip code. Again, my colleagues Marlena Holden and Rhonda Washington have identified a series of actual studies that have been performed on campus that give a holistic view of alcohol and its impacts on our overall climate, really reframing this as a social justice issue. And the challenges that have been identified as a product of consumption habits are really threefold. So we're looking at safety, campus climate, and mental health. So safety really translates to physical harm and sexual violence. Nationally, 50 to 75% of sexual assaults involve alcohol. 76% of those at UW-Madison involve alcohol. So that is a critical and concerning number. Now, it's also important to say that while the alcohol itself does not cause sexual assault, it is the leading predatory drug. Now, with consideration to places that students avoid, of course, we see some interesting patterns here. Both white students and students of color, fraternities, sorority housing, Langdon Street, house parties, State Street, and bars. So those have some pretty significant numbers. 42% of students of color avoid specific areas based on alcohol. 31% of our white student populations do as well. So this is truly a comprehensive issue and climate challenge on our campus. Now, with increased enforcement efforts on the part of collaboration between UW PD and Madison Police Department, we've seen less drinking in residence halls. So that number has dropped from 31.1% to 20.8%. However, we've seen an increase in attendance at bars and nightclubs from 5% to 9%. Now, procurement of fake IDs have also increased over time amongst first-year students from 7.9% in 2015 to 16.4% in 2018. Campus climate, again, is challenging. Some of the information that was shared in the past at the October meeting included anecdotal experience and qualitative components of the actual surveys that were shared with the student population. Students of color share a narrative around increased microaggressions, racial bias, the use of alcohol amplifying racial issues specifically as obviously a problem. However, of course, in addition to students of color experiencing some of these harms, white students do as well. Mental health is obviously a factor. Suicidal ideation is more significant, is higher in a number of our underrepresented groups on campus as compared to the general UW population. And the reasons for leaving can be very substantial. Again, racial climate as it relates to our students of color, again, which has been identified as being perpetuated in part by alcohol consumption and some of those practices and spaces. In addition, students of color who have seriously considered leaving the institution are at 19%, which is very serious, and 10% of white students. And then 58% of students collectively cited climate as one of the major reasons for which they might leave the institution. Now, high-risk drinking is reported among students with racial and class privilege primarily, right? And I think inherently that has indirect and direct impacts on our underrepresented students and those folks that have lesser class and racial privilege. The impacts obviously are comprehensive. They're on safety, climate, mental health, and of course, as a result of that, our collective work, our shared work on campus, but also here at the ALRC. So with those kind of foundations reestablished, I wanted to introduce kind of a two-part piece that the Chancellor's Advisory Group on Alcohol and Other Drugs and myself have been working on. So this entity supports the implementation of these efforts by the City of Madison as additional tools to more effectively enforce laws to prevent excessive underage alcohol consumption and resulting concerns. So the first of a two-part proposed suggestion is the use of smart ID scanners, which I know we've had Jim Long of Wisconsin Union come in and do a presentation on that. I know there's been a lot of discourse around that as well over the past few months. That said, the idea is for these to be used at random by bars, taverns, and other downtown Madison establishments with a liquor license that are frequented by underage populations. And we anticipate that random use of smart ID scanners in establishments known to be frequented by these underage populations has significant potential to be a deterrent to those populations, given the threat of the significant fine if they are caught using a fake ID. This is something we've employed on campus that's been really successful. The second part is required purchase and use of smart ID scanners by liquor stores throughout the city of Madison. Now, we believe excessive underage consumption that has significant criminal, academic, and health consequences can be lessened with the elimination of pre-bar and after-bar drinking in residence halls, sorority and fraternity houses, and private residences that are often made possible through individual purchase from area liquor stores. So while we also recognize that this two-prong approach to lessen underage alcohol consumption is only one part of the solution, the efforts support the elimination of excessive consumption that strongly correlates with the most concerning behavioral and criminal issues such as sexual assaults, discrimination, as well as consequences on individual mental and physical health and well-being. Now, in order to be most effective, of course, these efforts would need to be fully enforced by the City of Madison ALRC, and of course, ensure that the ALRC consider violations of these policies when reviewing alcohol licenses for renewal each year. That is all I have in terms of information. Happy to take questions or comments.
Mr. Cano-Espina.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. One quick question about why are you guys recommending random use instead of this is the scanners all the time, this is what we're going to use? Is there a reason to do random, or will you feel better to have it, this is the scanners that the buyers should have?
Well, we recognize that young people will be young people. and I think in general, we want to make sure that this isn't okay, well, we can't get in there anymore. We're going to go over here. We don't want bars or taverns to be impacted disproportionately. We want to be very strategic in sending the message of healthy and appropriate consumption patterns that are legal. So really, it's a matter of eliminating some of the cultural habits by being a little bit more distributed and randomized.
Got it.
But again, all merely suggestions, right?
Yeah, but I just wanted to know if you guys had the thought of what will be better. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Leslie, I appreciate the university continuing to be a thought partner in these efforts. I think as you were making your presentation, I think I had a few questions. Could you go back to the slide related to safety? And you cited a statistic that I want to make sure that I get absolutely correct. So in terms of where alcohol is a factor in kind of sexual assaults on campus, can you go through those statistics again so I catch that?
Yes. So 76% of sexual assaults at UW-Madison include alcohol.
So are you aware of kind of what some of the peer comparison numbers are in that regard for other Big Ten institutions?
We as an institution are, again, there's a collaborative effort, and I don't have that data in front of me. If that is of interest, I'd be happy to track it down.
I think I'd be curious on that number.
Of course, I can track that down.
You had also mentioned, I think on the next slide, the doubling of fake IDs in a pretty short period of time, 3 years, right? Is the university, and it's tough because there's only so much the university can kind of limit in that regard. There are a lot of external factors, I recognize that. Is the university undertaking any sort of effort to dissuade students in that regard from obtaining fake IDs or?
Yes, so that's some of why we've actually employed the use of smart ID scanners. So we have some that are actually headquartered at each of our unions, and those regularly pick them up. I mean, this isn't a matter most often of students wanting to, binge drink on their campus. It's really a matter of wanting to be in community, I think, with their friends who often are of age. So we are very intentional about, collecting these, sending them to the Dean of Students' office, having a comprehensive conversation about some of their decision making. The value of the smart ID scanners themselves are that they update to register the different, again, this is Jim Long's area, but
yeah, I remember the presentation.
Yeah, they essentially update to recognize these patterns in the actual development of the ID process, so that we can essentially be preventative in the future and capture these more effectively on an ongoing basis.
When you talked about students considering leaving, and obviously the retention always being a big concern of the universities, the kind of issues around the racial climate for students of color, I know continues to be a big conversation at the university. I think my question there relates to, so students talked about reasons they've considered leaving. Have we tracked these numbers against students who actually, I don't know, a semester or so later actually ended up leaving?
That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. A lot of this data, if I remember correctly, was pulled out of the Color of Drinking survey, again, data that was pulled by Rianda Washington. They are in their second effort, their second go-round. So I can get that information for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, does the university do kind of an exit survey or track when students actually do leave? I know there's the stop out and other sorts of things, but I'd be curious to see if you can track it back to this data at all.
Right, and that's a very fair question. Of course, too, there's many factors that often fold into people's decisions, personal even, right?
Yeah.
And so I want, it's important for me to say out loud that while we have a lot of resources under Dean of Students, various advising, right, so on and so forth, in addition to things that are comprehensive units that support students that have problems associated with alcohol or other drugs, right? There are ways in which we may or may not actually have access to that information, and it might actually be an overstep. So we also want to be respectful of the student and their rights, both with FERPA as well as their rights to their own privacy.
Yeah.
I'm
thinking
not certain if
anonymized, aggregate data or something like that would be particularly, I guess, interesting to see if there's a true correlation between the two data sets.
Yep.
And then and I apologize to the committee for asking a few questions in a row.
Questions.
Your question and your recommendations regarding implementation of the Smart ID scanners, do you have kind of a costing associated with these recommendations at all, or no?
I do not. Again, with consideration to this being a suggestion, given that we've implemented this on campus and it's been successful, that information I could also obtain. It would be through Jim Long as well.
Yeah, I guess I'd be interested in seeing, okay, what's the random sample look like of bars that you potentially focus on, and what a true budget to implement that sort of a program would be, so that there's kind of more of that kind of the implementation piece there. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize now.
Of course, a very quick Google search, so not scientific, looks like a unit costs about $1,000.
I was under the impression that it was closer to 5. Relative to the SMART, I also just didn't want to not have a scientific answer.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leslie, for your presentation. It goes without saying, but thank you for your patience. I'm sorry that we didn't get to you till 9 o'clock tonight. So again, thanks. As you know, obviously, you gave me an advance sneak preview to your presentation when we met a couple months ago or so. And you might recall at that time, given my somewhat admittedly not always accurate, but with that said, institutional memory or historical perspective, I had mentioned to you that your office had pursued this sort of strategy with us here at the ALRC in a way, many years ago, and specifically, I believe I had mentioned to you, and you seemed surprised by this or hadn't heard it from anybody in Bascom or UHS or otherwise, that one of your predecessors, Don Krim, even organized and somehow was able to access some university funding to purchase scanners for campus area, at least some campus area establishments. I'm wondering if you by chance had any success looking back at maybe old files or other approaches that your office had taken, again, years ago, way before you came to Bascom Hall, that you could maybe share with us any lessons learned. Like, was there a way, for example, that Dawn was able to effectively do this, or did she, kind of admit that it was just so challenging, the initiative at that time by the chancellor's office wasn't successful? Do you have any more information?
Yeah,
in that
unfortunately I
regard?
don't. So I wasn't successful in finding any records that would indicate that. Sadly, I'm formally in office of one as well. So and there was a predecessor that followed up, Don Krim.
Right.
So unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any records. And the folks that I have discussed this with, of course, the chancellor is new as well.
Right.
And there are a number of folks that were otherwise unaware of that. I do think as well, I think the conversation about support at large, right, is intentionally, what's the word I'm looking for? Nebulous, right? I think this is overwhelming. The university and the city of Madison are very collaborative in nature. So I don't think there's ever any rigidity on what that looks like. As it relates to funding, we've actually dedicated a whole bunch of resources internally to address these issues on campus. And so I do think there's this again is the starting place for a bigger conversation of how do we collaborate to address some of these issues that obviously are plaguing not only our campus community, but of course, in turn, have implications for our city of Madison.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I didn't necessarily maybe mean to start with going right to the question of, past experiences that Bascom Hall had as an institution pursuing this specific strategy of dealing with alcohol issues by use of the scanners being one strategy. I was just curious if you had learned anything since I had asked you about it, the last time. And obviously, Dawn is no longer with the institution, and congrats to her being, a secretary designate of DISPIS by our newly minted governor. So I'm not asking you to try to track down, the cabinet secretary or go pull archival files from the UW archives and go to any great effort. I was just curious if you had heard anything, because I do think that perhaps some of your colleagues on the advisory group might have been around when this was previously attempted, but maybe the case is that actually everybody is fairly recent and none of them were around back when this earlier initiative was taken. I take from next question, I take from your response that there absolutely is no way that the institution would be able to subsidize in any way scanners. Is that correct?
That is not my answer. I'm not certain. I'm not certain. So I think that because of the nebulous nature of our relationship with the city, I think inherently we work together, and so it's a matter of figuring out how and where we work together. Again, this two-part proposal was just because this is what's working on our campus, and we've invested a lot of resources into making that so. So I can't speak to whether or not there would be resources available. I know there are contexts in which we have worked with the city before, not only on these issues specifically, but even with specific partnerships like the creation of what was at one point, losing the formal title, but like an alcohol policy shared appointment between the city and the university. Yeah, so I think they're alcohol policy coordinator. That's right.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. So I think there's ways in which we've configured opportunities for strong partnership before. That said, I can't speak on behalf of the institution in that regard. This is preliminary. Let's have a conversation about whether or not this is even of interest to ALRC and if this would be advantageous for the community at large.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and so with that said, I just wanted to, I thought when we met again a couple months ago that you said you kind of thought, oh, there's no way that we'd be able to follow that old model of finding any money given the scarce resources the institution has to perhaps subsidize these, but you're saying that shouldn't be completely ruled out.
I don't think so, not
Because again,
necessarily.
that's one approach that you're
Right, and so to be clear, after our conversation, I have checked in with some other folks to the point that you've made who've served on the Chancellor's Advisory Group for a number of years, who had suggested that this idea of smart scanners was put forward in the past. I don't, however, have confirmation that funding was ever secured to make that happen from campus.
Okay.
So.
Very good. Yeah, again, it was just I'll admit that my institutional memory is limited, but was that actually there was some amount of money available, and that in fact your office did purchase, believe it or not, some scanners, and that they were supplied, but I don't remember who or how many might have been
Are there any city records
I have
that
no
would
idea.
indicate?
I don't believe so. I don't. So anyway, with that said, again, I should have started maybe with the broader question. Mr. Fletcher did a good job asking and you answering many of the other questions I had, but I think is it clear, just give you another shot at this, but in terms of any process that we would jointly follow to pursue your recommendations here tonight, and I know they're not just yours, or the actual advisory group thought long and hard about what you were formally presenting to the ALRC tonight, but on this point, did your colleagues on the advisory group discuss in any more detail, and obviously it's not on the screen, but and in your written presentation, but how this might be implemented? Like, did you, I'm just throwing this idea out, but as you recall, we have an annual process here at the LRC for the annual renewal by state statute of alcohol licenses, where we could separate out systematically a certain geographic area, perhaps the one on your map, and invite each of those establishments, more or less summons them, so it's stronger than an invitation. They know that they have to come to discuss this further and flush this out. We could even go one step further, not just using that soapbox of strongly encouraging advanced technology and implementing it, but rather mandating it as a legal, lawful condition on one or more licenses. Did your advisory group colleagues discuss that in any greater detail at all, or no?
No. Okay. And that was very intentional. I mean,
right.
One, I think the hands are full, but I think also in addition to that, while we're willing to partner with the city, we also want to be respectful of where the city has expertise and responsibility where we candidly do not. And so I think there's reception there, but I think, again, we would want to defer to ALRC specifically and some of our city colleagues, given their long history as well as their expertise.
I very much appreciate that. And it's great that you, I think, came in more open-ended, kind of nebulous, and saying, what do you think of this approach? And City of Madison, what tools do you have where we might work together to implement something to this effect? I know that you worked hard to reach out to a handful of stakeholders as you developed this in advance of tonight's presentation. Did you have a chance to talk about it in more depth with the Central Police District? Did you actually have it? And we obviously will ask him to give his thoughts, but to meet with Captain Friedman or any of his colleagues in the Central District, because I remember we had talked about, and you were taking on tons of notes as I was talking with you about this, I vividly remember, over coffee, but about the fact that the Central District Community Policing Team did a lot of research on their own, and Jason can remind me, I think it was Officer Bart O'Shea, perhaps maybe it was Sergeant, now Lieutenant Alex Berkovitz, I don't remember exactly who did most of the legwork on it, but researching perhaps smart scanner technology and seeing if the city, or the police rather, specifically would feel comfortable actually recommending one or more specific manufacturers, suppliers, and I think I'd also shared with you that their main approach wasn't so much curbing underage alcohol access as it was having the campus bars communicate to one another, so when they ban a patron, when they have an incident with the patron electronically, their neighbors would know that, say, John Doe is causing a problem at XYZ, and so all of you others, like ABC next door establishment, shouldn't allow this John Doe into your place either.
So if I understand your your question again, sorry, long name.
Talking to the cops and about their
Did
experience.
I talk to Captain Friedman? I did. Yes.
And did anything you learned from the Central District and Jason in particular, and I'll ask him his thoughts if he'd like to share tonight yet, but about their experience working with trying to figure out technology that would be most helpful?
Yes. There's a caveat, which is this is intentionally open. And while I did try to sit down with a number of stakeholders to inform this, to make sure it really was actually respectful and receptive to other folks' needs, and specifically the angles or the lenses with which they do their work, we also wanted to make sure that whatever we did shape was intentionally loose so that the city could take ownership with consideration to what is appropriate on the part of the institution. And so I got some great insights and feedback. I think we've been intentionally loose yet specific with our language and our suggestions to make sure that it would actually effectuate change, but is responsive to a number of stakeholders. And anything
And I'll ask Captain Friedman to comment. I don't want to jump over others that might be in the queue to ask you questions. The last question, and I know the hour's late, so I'll yield after this, is was there discussion amongst the advisory group as to whether number 1 or number 2 is more of a priority, if you could prioritize? And I realize your answer might be no, we purposely, intentionally are pretty broad and in our approach of presenting this officially to the city tonight, but was there like a thought that since there are many fewer Class A establishments in the campus area than there are Class B, that you might want to try to concentrate on liquor stores, or was that conversation not part of your conversation?
So the direct answer is no.
Okay.
However, I do think number 1 is informed by what we're doing and what has been proven to be effective on campus. Number 2 is merely suggestive with consideration to the issue areas we talked about, if and where we're seeing increases in drinking in fraternities and sororities and private parties and residence halls and so on, which we're actually seeing a decline in residence halls. If and where those things are happening, they're typically in unsupervised contexts where, young people might be more exposed to sexual assault, right, discrimination, climate, all kinds of different hurdles and significant barriers to their own well-being that would be deeply concerning. So I think we saw these both as important potential next steps. The first is actually informed by data. The second is merely suggestive with consideration to our concerns and leading, data that would suggest it would be effective.
I appreciate that. Yeah, very much. So thank you for I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that your concern, if I don't want to, again, put the words in your mouth, but is that the big concern is more off-campus consumption than on-premise consumption, perhaps. Is that, did I get that right, or did you not really
I mean, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Leslie. Appreciate
Not to argue, wait, I guess that it is
okay,
perhaps
sorry.
important to
I
clarify.
don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well,
and by the way, I'm not saying we should start with liquor stores, and that's what you're saying, because you're clearly not saying that the advisory group is saying start with liquor stores, but you are saying that off-premise access and consumption is more concerning than on-premise, or no?
So we think high-risk consumption behaviors are problematic, period.
Sure.
We think that we, for the most part, have it controlled on campus. It's largely uncontrolled off campus. And so they're, of course, concerning either way. The issue is we don't have jurisdiction off campus, right? And there are grave circumstances and consequences often to some of that extreme culture.
Okay, so I thank you for clarifying. So what you were really just saying is that the amount of at-risk consumption on UW lands, as UW police use the term, because that's what's in the admin code, UW lands is not, you think it is not anywhere near the epidemic proportion that it is off campus, so that's clear. I mean, obviously, Jim Long's presentation to us, the Wisconsin Union, does an excellent job in their 2 establishments, and that's clear and undisputable. But you're not, again, one last time, you're not saying to us tonight in any way that you're more concerned about Class A versus Class B and on-premise consumption versus off-campus or off-premise consumption. But again, I'm talking, instead of saying Class A, Class B, liquor stores versus bars, you're not saying tonight that you are more concerned with liquor stores than you are with bars. You're obviously very concerned about both as it relates to consumption anywhere off campus, whether it be in a house party, a Greek system.
Of course, just with consideration to extreme at-risk consumption behaviors. However, if appropriately, an establishment which has a licensed bartender who is responsible for, legally providing alcohol to a consumer and is therefore also required to limit their consumption to healthy and appropriate amounts, if that person is actually doing their job well, that's lesser concerning than if and where a student uses a fake ID to go to a liquor store and buy excessive amounts of alcohol, where they would then be behind closed doors without any potential access to assistance if ever needed. So I think, again, all of these things, if and where it's extreme behavior, is problematic and concerning. Number 1 is what we essentially have explored on campus and have been successful with. Again, as I mentioned during the presentation, consumption behaviors in residence halls is actually dropped, and largely because of MPD and UWPD working together on enforcement initiatives. So I think number 2 is merely suggestive, but it is concerning to think that liquor stores are able to provide right? Endless amounts of alcohol, perhaps, right? Without, again, I don't know the policy around that. As a 32-year-old, am I allowed to go into a liquor store and buy as much alcohol as I want legally?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you. I don't want to speak out of turn here. But, I think that in itself could be deeply concerning because there's nothing to potentially mitigate harm if and where harm is done.
I got it. Again, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, Alder Verveer. I have a question about that second recommendation and data around it. So having smart ID scanners in liquor stores would be useful to detect people who are not of legal drinking age who are using fake or altered IDs. But it wouldn't have any impact on people who aren't of legal drinking age using borrowed IDs, people who are of legal drinking age going in and buying alcohol, walking out and handing it off to somebody, or people who are of legal drinking age buying it to bring home to a party, and then they have underage attendees at the party. Do you have any data for the people who are underage who are drinking off premises? How much of it is them buying it themselves using fake or altered IDs, and how much is all of the other cases?
So again, I don't have data with me, but we have seen an increase in fake ID use. So I would say, I guess, two things. One, I could obtain more detailed data around that. I think that is a good question. The second thing is, ultimately, I mean, we don't anticipate that these two pieces will solve the otherwise big problem that is, right, extreme consumption and or finagling the system, like whatever, circumventing, right, policy and legal capacities to obtain alcohol and consume it.
Okay.
This is, again, merely a suggestion to hopefully bolster the efforts that we as a city already employ and can complement some of the campus work.
We welcome these suggestions.
Yeah.
This is not an imposition.
No, of course.
And I think that your mission and ours are closely aligned. We're looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Right. You're looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of one big part of the community. So really closely aligned. As some of my fellow committee members have said, when licensed establishments come up for renewal, we have a number of times in the past brought entire groups in, like we, was it 2 years ago, brought a number of the liquor stores in the downtown area in and made sure that we had a uniform set of conditions on all of their licenses. And so making changes like that is within our purview. If we're going to do that, we want to make sure that we are applying that pressure in a way that is as effective as possible, since, inducing people to purchase expensive equipment is onerous. And so the more data we have to back up that it will have a meaningful impact on the health, safety, and welfare of the community, the more comfortable we can feel taking steps like that. So to answer your question, yes, we would welcome data about that.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Arantia? Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to meet with us.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I missed Alder Verveer.
Well, Leslie doesn't have to keep sitting there. Perhaps she can welcome to sit there, but I did want to ask Captain Friedman if he had any thoughts, and I won't repeat some of the specifics that I asked of Leslie, but knowing that you're former Central CPT, since they've wholly turned over at shift change, but your former CPTs did a lot of work on this issue, and I was wondering if you could educate us on that very quickly, and was wondering if you have any specific thoughts given the work that you and your CPT has done over the last few years.
Sure, thank you, Alder. And I want to thank Leslie for her work on this. We've met a number of times over the last couple of years, and I think most recently on this issue, which clearly impacts UW and the downtown and probably the city at large in a number of different ways. So as I believe, thinking back to previous meetings here, we've advocated in the Central District for ID scanners for a lot of different missions, sharing information, reducing underage, improving the culture downtown in terms of what behaviors are accepted. I mean, this can address a lot of issues. It's one part. It's not going to solve the very complex alcohol related problems we have, but I think it could be a very powerful tool. But the issue does come down to the technology. And there is not a clear front runner as of late last year that can deliver some of the things that we were looking for. Now, we can shrink that mission. We can be less ambitious, and there probably are some additional vendors, et cetera, that are out there that could meet a more limited mission. But it's been something we've talked with the city attorney's office, with Jennifer, and her staff has done some research as well. And I wish I had a clear winner like we would recommend this particular product. I don't think we're there yet. And, you know, we can look at it from our lens, but we're not experts on some of the technology either. We just look at it as an end user and may not be aware of some of the other issues that can accompany that kind of implementation. I will say that, you know, again, I'm fully in favor of this. You know, the random application is problematic for me because it's more difficult for my folks to make sure that places are doing it if it's random, and how do we know they've done it and when they've done it. But be that as it may, I think it would certainly have an effect. And I would also think that number 2 up there, it's, you know, my gut says that as we impacted the dorms, we didn't eliminate the desire for people to drink. We just made it more difficult for them to drink in a certain location. So they then moved to a different location, which are the bars. You know, if we start to increase the defenses at the bars, then they're going to go to the next logical location, which is liquor stores, which are probably already doing. And while there will be a number of end runs around the scanners, it's hard for me to believe that won't have at least some impact in it, and it also won't present a consistent front. So I certainly would think it's logical that we cast the net as wide as possible, knowing that that behaviors will move to the sort of the weakest link in the chain, wherever that is. But I certainly think this is something that has real merit, and if we could again figure out the vending issue, I would love to see it implemented at least in some capacity. So,
thank you. Two follow-up questions. Number 1 is, when I had a preamble question of Leslie earlier, I had referenced the fact that my recollection of your initiative working with your colleagues in the Central District was largely not so much trying to utilize best practices for technology relating to underage access and to alcohol, but rather communicating amongst one establishment to another. If we do go down this path, and I presume that we have started down the path with tonight's formal presentation by the university administration, would it be your position of the district that we should also make a priority to be if we're going to require or strongly encourage whatever we might end up doing someday, that the technology is helpful for that very issue of communication between establishments and specific patrons? Or?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think that what happens is a patron misbehaves at an establishment. It might be an underage person tries to get in, might be a person, you know, assaults somebody inside. They may or may not be arrested. They may or may not be contacted by the police. They get kicked out and they move on to the next establishment. And maybe they get in there, maybe they don't, then they move to the next one and the next one. And if you could create a system which would require some kind of real-time information sharing, where somebody shows up and whatever ID they provide, knowing that it's not going to be 100% effective for a variety of reasons, that if I misbehave at this bar, I am not going to be able to get into any bar downtown for a period of time. One, that person then goes somewhere else and ceases to be a problem downtown, but then it hopefully sends a message that over time, if I want to go downtown and have fun, I can, but if I misbehave, my weekend is over. And that can change sort of the the overall culture, if we have a culture of violence, or at least some of the concerning behaviors we have around violence and sexual assault and et cetera. And that's a powerful tool. And you know, there are other aspects to that information sharing that could be very valuable from a law enforcement standpoint. It could be very valuable from a bar, from a business standpoint. And you know, I think one of those factors is underage, but that to me would be we could do more than that. I would like to see more than that, and I do, you know, I hear feedback from my officers who have kids in college, and like Leslie mentioned, there are some benefits to drinking in bars because there is some level of control, and that if all we do is push the underagers out of the bars and we don't do other things, we're gonna be displacing the problem and potentially exacerbating it. And so, you know, I think that's something important, but I think that we can be more productive and more effective if we look at it a little more broadly.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up was, I was curious, do you think it would be a useful use of your community policing team's time, their efforts, them as a resource, if in the normal course of their tavern safety checks that they could actually perhaps do a survey for us as a committee, for the Chancellor's Advisory Group, anyone interested, as to whether or not an establishment currently utilizes scanner technology? Is it something that you would consider perhaps asking the new CPT sergeant and his team to pursue? Again, I'm not saying take them away from their many varied obligations and responsibilities, but in the normal course of their tavern safety checks, that, as you know, they are pretty much required to work every weekend downtown except for one weekend off, that they might do that activity. Would that be fruitful, do you think?
I think it'd be useful to know. I think there might be other mechanisms, you know, a letter from me, a letter from the city attorney's office, something just asking, you know, do you use it without any baggage or any implications attached to it? I do know that a number of establishments have recently purchased it. The problem is that there are different technologies and they're utilized differently. But it probably would not be bad to know how many places have them. I think it's a minority, and my concern would be, you know, sending, you know, I guess if the ALRC were to say, well, we want to know if all 400 within 3 miles of campus are doing it, I'm going to say no to that. That's not a good use of my time. If it's going to be, well, can you guys do a survey of the 20 bars in the 600 university, 600 state area? I think that's reasonable, and I think we probably already know a lot of them. But you know, that might not be a bad, and I'm, again, just spitballing here at close to 10 o'clock at night. That could be something that goes out with some letters as they go out every year to all of the establishments and ask. Maybe that could be a survey that we do, but you know, I'm not opposed to some information gathering on that.
Yeah, to explain, my thought was that, you know, over the years, we have establishments come before us as a committee and say, oh yeah, we have scanners, I have scanners. It's a condition on it, some of you might remember, it's a condition on a handful of licenses that they have a scanner, utilize a scanner. The reason why I thought the CPTs and the tavern safety check would be a useful method is because they would actually be able to observe whether or not they use them. It's one thing if it's locked in the office in the bar. It's another thing if you're, again, community policing team officers that do these tavern safety checks as part of their normal course of duties could actually just record for us whether or not they actually see that, again, ABC or XYZ establishment has them on this day, and then maybe, by the way, do they have them next weekend, and how often do they actually see the bouncers utilizing them at the doors would be helpful. I thought, and perhaps much more accurate than maybe a electronic or you know, a U.S. mail survey that we might ask them to respond to. You know. And again, I wasn't proposing hundreds, right. Captain. I was just thinking in a close perimeter around the campus area.
I think for our core group, I could have them do that. I just, again, as you've already indicated, some are going to have them. Some are going to have them and use them regularly. Some are going to have them and use them irregularly. And it'll be, if they catch a particular establishment on a night when they're using them, but it's something we can look at. I don't want to dismiss it out of hand. I just, I do see the value in trying to get some more sense of how prolific they are.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you again for taking the time to come talk to us. Next up, item 31, or 31, sorry, is another presentation. It's a briefing on the progress of the alcohol outlet study by the City of Madison Finance Department.
Good evening, everyone. I am Laura Larson with the city's finance department. I have with me tonight members of our team in finance who have been working on this project that we were here to talk to the committee about back in November. So Brent Sloat is one of the budget policy analysts on the team, and Kara Kratowitz is our data projects coordinator. They've really been doing a lot of work in conjunction with public health to give you the analysis that we're going to walk through tonight. So just a little bit of background. In the 2008, and we also have the city's finance director, our fearless leader, who is identified as the project champion for this project. So just a little bit by way of context, this project was born out of many years of discussion around issues around alcohol density in our community. But specifically, there was language in the 2018 budget that called for an analysis to examine what is the impact on the provision of city services in areas where we see high alcohol outlet density. So specifically, that language was really calling for, is there a justification to potentially institute some sort of special charge for these areas that are contributing to the additional provision of city services that's essentially being subsidized by the rest of the city tax base? So at the same time that we were getting started with that study, that was also the same time in early 2018 when the discussion about a potential moratorium on licenses in the downtown was being debated and considered. And so public health was really being asked to look at what are the impacts on our broader community of alcohol outlet density. Realizing that the research questions were very similar and there was a lot of overlap, we joined forces to tackle the project. And that gave way to Legislative File 52680, which was a resolution sort of recognizing the work of this team and then indicating that the analysis and findings from this team would be used by ALRC and potentially used to create a task force that would really examine what that analysis tells us and then weigh different policy considerations to react to the report. So within the report, we are seeking to really answer two questions. So number one, are in areas that are identified as dense, do they consume a disproportionate share of city services? You'll notice here that we identify calls for service or the provision of city services specifically around public safety. And the reason that we did that was just around availability of data. So we wanted to make this study something that we could manageably get done with the staff resources and data that we had available to really do some testing to figure out if there is causality between alcohol outlet density and what's happening in terms of city data. So that's our first question. And then building upon that is there a disproportionate cost associated with that provision of services? And so within that, we're also looking at, do these costs vary by license type? So is there a difference when you look at A and B versus just B? And when we do go through the process of defining what is dense, what are the characteristics of those areas? And so what are some similarities of the areas, and then also of the licenses within the areas? So we've been working on this project for a year now, and we've really kind of got it broken into two phases. So if we look at how we spent 2018, it was really around formulating the project. So we had sort of a high-level research question that we really had to distill down into something that we could realistically approach and really get our arms around with data that we had access to. So we spent, after we got the research questions finalized, we spent the third and fourth quarters of 2018 really working with the clerk's data, the data that is essentially administered by this body, which was the active license list, and really mapping that and working with the guidance from the CDC to really figure out where we have density in our community and where we don't. And then now that we've moved into 2019, we've honed in on the methodology that we are using to define density, and I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But now we're working with our partners in the police department, the fire department. We're also working with building inspection data as well as university police to collect multiple years of call data so that we can really test what sort of relationships exist there. The other thing that'll be happening is we're sitting down with first responders in each of these different departments to get some qualitative research and understanding about so this is what the data tells us, but you're an officer working the central district on a downtown beat. How does alcohol impact your work today, and how is that different than maybe it was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago? And then taking all of that information together to draft a report that we'll bring back to you. So I introduced Brent and Kara, who've really been leads from the finance department. Another member of the project team is an intern on our team, David Singer, and he is in his final year of a graduate program at UW. And then we've been working very closely with representatives from public health, so Brittany Grogan, Jeff Lafferty, Julia Olson, and Justin Svingen. And then the other column has all of the subject matter experts. So as you can just tell in sort of describing the project, this really touches many different pieces of our organization. And so we've been sitting down and working very closely with different stakeholders to these business processes and data sets in the city organization and beyond the city organization to really get our arms around this data. So that's a little bit about the project. So now moving into the bulk of what we've really been working on over the past 6 months, and that is just defining what is dense. So the data set that we're using for the study is the active licenses, all licenses, A and B, as of October 1st, 2018. So at that point, there were 642 total licenses. 513 of those licenses were Class B. And if we break down the Class B licenses even further, 61% of those were classified as restaurants, and the remainder were classified as taverns. So I mentioned that we relied heavily upon guidance from the CDC to really define what is dense and what is not dense. So the CDC published a guide in 2017 that outlines 3 different methodologies that entities or communities can use when trying to answer this question. So in order of complexity, get from simplest to most complex, container-based is the simplest, and that's essentially identifying all of the census block groups within your community and then counting the outlets within the census block groups. Now, because not all census block groups are created the same, it does normalize each of the groups for geography. So it says, so it's saying if a census block group is really, 20 square miles, and we're comparing it to a census block group that's 5 square miles, the methodology is trying to normalize for those differences. The next measure is distance-based, so that's the second most complex. And distance-based is removing the geographic boundary of a census block group from the equation, and it's just looking at clustering. So it's saying how many outlets exist within 1/10 of a mile of one another, and then in areas where there are more outlets in proximity to one another, it's creating a cluster, and then it's looking at where you have clustering to define density. The third methodology is the most complex, and what the spatial access methodology is doing is it's taking your census block groups again, and it's defining a reference point within the census block group, and then it's measuring the number of outlets against that reference point. So so what we did was we took the active licenses and we mapped them according to all of these different methodologies to figure out where we have density and where we don't. And so in thinking through what approach we wanted to, we would want to be taking in order to answer our research questions, we really, the CDC offers these criteria for organizations to select an approach that makes sense for them. So all of these 7 different criteria are ranked on a scale of 1 to 3, where, and so we're displaying that here for you to show that if it's red, that means that the methodology doesn't really do this for you, and if it's green, that means the methodology is really good for it. So the 7 criteria, the first one is assessing clustering. So it's saying, are you actually looking at alcohol outlets in relationship to one another? And so in the container base, where you're just doing a straight count, it's not really taking into account the fact that you might be one establishment on a block, and you might be, all of your neighbors might be an outlet. But you are able to do that calculation in a distance-based or spatial-based approach. The next criteria was able to assess directly exposed populations, and so this is really taking into to account the broader network in which these areas exist. So it's looking at how easy can people get to that area. So is it connected into a transit network? Is it walkable? Is it accessible, but with bike and pedestrian infrastructure? The next criteria is, does the methodology allow you to determine the risk of harm? And so essentially, it's saying, can this methodology help you to build a causal relationship to say, if density doesn't exist, this harm in our community would go away. And so obviously with the spatial base being more complicated, that's better for that deeper level of analysis. The next factor is addressing access potential. So that kind of goes to the one I just mentioned, but it's more so looking at the convenience costs. So not only is the area that's dense connected well by transit or walkability, but is it also easy in terms of the convenience cost for the end patron who might be accessing that. And then the final 3 criteria, low cost, easy to calculate, and easy to communicate, we kind of think of those as one group. So is the analysis that we're going to get out of the final approach understandable to the policymakers? So in this case, members of the ALRC who would be wanting to take our analysis and really do something with it. So when you look at it from this lens, really the container-based might be the simplest approach, but it might not give us the richest analysis. The spatial-based might give you that more rich analysis, but some of those questions that would be answered there might be beyond the scope of this research and are going to be more complicated in order to deliver the project. And so distance-based is kind of the happy medium. So now moving in, I'm going to show you what the city looks like mapped for all of these different methodologies. So I apologize, we kind of knew it wouldn't project very well, but I think everybody does have the slides in their packets. So this first map here is showing us what the city looks like by block group when we're taking the container-based approach. So here we're just counting licenses within the census block group. And so when we look at this, we can see that our areas of greatest density exist in and along the isthmus, and that we have signs of density kind of in the Monroe Street corridor as you would go to the west. Now, if we zoom this in for downtown, you can really see that the dense zone on the west starts at Park Street, really comes up through the State Street and University corridors in through the square, extending through the King Street corridor to the Blair Street on the far end. And then you see areas of somewhat dense, that's shown in the lighter green, kind of extending out to the Atwood neighborhood. I have to say I've not lived in Madison for the longest time, and if I was to stand up here 2 years ago, I would not be able to say these street names. So, yeah. So the second approach is the distance based. And so this again is, we're just we're looking at the units in relationship to one another. So each one of these dots is representing that there is an outlet within that 1/10 of a mile. And so the reason that we're showing this to you as a dot map rather than a heat map is because we're not looking at the census block group at all. We're just looking at the outlets in relationship to one another. And so when you look at density using this methodology, again, you see that our areas of greatest density, again, are kind of in that State Street, University Street corridor, coming up into the square, capturing King Street. But then you see areas of density still out, kind of moving out to the east and to the west. And a lot of, as the density grows in intensity, that really correlates to areas where we have major retail hubs. Or just kind of major gathering places as we move out of the downtown. But again, if we just zoom into the downtown to look at what density looks like, you do see that it really starts at that Park Street line and then follows State Street and University Avenue up into the square to King Street. And then you have sort of moderate levels of density kind of extending all the way out up into Atwood. One thing that I do want to note when we talk about this is that with this methodology, outlets may be counted multiple times because you're looking at them in relationship to one another. So if you're thinking about this on Main Street, right off the square, the Rigby is going to be picked up because of its proximity both to Argus and to the Tipsy Cow. So it's being counted both ways. And the final methodology is spatial-based. And this, again, is where we're picking a point in the middle of the census block, and then we're moving out and we're counting out how many outlets exist within that census block. And so here, this really models closely what we were seeing when we were looking at the distance-based methodology, where we see areas of somewhat density that sort of align with major retail hubs in different parts of our city. But again, the areas of the greatest density kind of follow up in through the isthmus. The major difference with spatial-based compared to the other two methodologies is that within the spatial-based methodology, it does pick up the Atwood corridor as being just as dense, being the most dense, consistent with the area down in and along State Street and King Street. Now, ultimately, the project team decided to select the distance-based methodology as how we would define dense for the purposes of the study. And really, I mean, as you see, it's largely the same when you look across the three, and with the exception of that one major difference with spatial-based. And our consideration there is that those census block groups, when you look at that Atwood area, have really strange geographies, and the midpoint points that were being used for the calculation point were really, really arbitrary. And so we felt that kind of overall, the distance-based approach really did the best job of completely removing any arbitrary boundaries set forth by the census blocks, and did the best job of really defining where we have density, and the unit of analysis is really comparing outlets to one another. So that was the approach that we decided to go with. So when we look at the areas that are identified as most dense, you see we have this zone here, which is largely State Street and the University Avenue up into the square, and then the King Street corridor. So within this, for our data set, there are 85 active licenses within these areas. So that represents 13% of total licenses. And of those 85, 73 are categorized as restaurants, and the remaining 27% are categorized as taverns. So now that we have our study area identified, we've defined density, we're ready to really move on into our next steps, which is analyzing what does the provision of city services look like within these areas. So the first thing we've been doing is working with our partners through police, fire, the university police, and building inspection to collect multiple years of data. So from each one of those entities, we're collecting data from 2016 to 2018, and we'll essentially be taking the calls for service and layering that on top of the map that you've seen there. And so what we're really trying to figure out is when we bring in these additional variables, what sort of relationships can we establish, and sort of how can we test out our research question. I mentioned earlier that we're also sitting down with subject matter experts to really, specifically with first responders, to understand kind of what this, we can see call types and call counts and things like that in terms of data, but we really want to have some sort of qualitative context behind that, so that we can really do a good job of articulating this is really what it looks like when we say provision of services in these areas. And so we worked with Captain Friedman to identify folks, the appropriate folks through MPD that we'll be sitting down with. We have struck up a great partnership with the University Police Department, so we'll be talking with some of their officers, and then doing the same with folks through the fire department. The other piece of analysis that came out of this process was just the complexity of this data set, and really trying to pull different profiling characteristics out of the data. So, really trying to get our arms around, this is our capacity in these areas at this given time, really trying to have a good grasp upon, greater historical context beyond, within some of the licenses. And what we've really identified is, there are 3 different departments that are involved in managing this business process. And so what we've been doing is we've been talking with the clerk's office, building inspection, and fire to really understand how those business processes intersect, and then how that impacts the data set, and how we're able to analyze and answer questions from that. So that will also be part of the final findings. So in regards to what you all can expect, so we're here tonight to present just on this first part, which is specifically around how we're defining density. We'll be back at your April meeting to present on the next phase of the study, which is really our analysis of the calls for service and what that looks like in the context of these dense zones that we've identified. Our final report is due on May 31st, and so then we'll be back with you in June to present the full report of our findings. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. First up is Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the comprehensive report and also kind of outlining the methodology the working group is using. I think that was very useful. I think the method question I still have after your presentation. So, you know, in terms of the density calls for service piece, where the city has major events that may spike kind of calls for service during a particular time period, what's being done to account for that in the data?
Yeah, so we're in the process of just collecting that data, so we haven't pulled it all down. But I know when we first started this project, one thing that came up in that vein was how do we handle Badger game days?
Yeah.
And how, I mean, we even saw that discussion earlier this evening. And so what I'm envisioning is we'll have to pull down that data and then seek to normalize it for those types of events. And that's, again, where we would lean heavily on our subject matter experts in the agencies to talk about, you know, how do you proactively deploy staff for Taste of Madison or different things that we know happen, that, you know, the special events, they happen in the areas that are also identified as dense. To answer the question, we will seek to control for that in our findings. I don't think we have you know, the exact plan of what that will look like until we start to pull down that data, and then because we're also bringing in data from so many different sources.
But would you agree with the statement that the kind of public emergency resources that are used for special events, just even as its own separate category, and an analysis of that is kind of outside of the scope of this study?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I think your comment about the distance-based methodology, I think I was a little bit kind of first thrown by the yellow visual that in terms of the distance-based, because I was going to ask you what the actual color meant, so thank you for describing that. The Atwood neighborhood density, I still think you're able to see some of the trend there appear over time. And I think my question for you was, I know we've chosen a kind of point-in-time snapshot with looking at the densest areas. I am curious because I know the downtown area has kind of been this way for the longest period of time in terms of the density really racking up around there. But if you were to, like, and I know I've seen other videos do this with this sort of technology, like do it as like a video over time in terms of where the density is kind of moving to. Are you able to be predictive as well as kind of analytical looking backward? So if you were to look 5 years from now and project out, where's the density going to be? Where are you seeing outside of the downtown area, perhaps, the greatest growth in licenses kind of issued, and tying that into maybe development data that we may have?
Yeah, you know, in terms of how we would build that model out, obviously you know, the other big variable here is how density in that area of our community has changed considerably over the past 5 years, and how it's slated to continue to change as we look out to the future. So I think that that is something that we can definitely try to incorporate in terms of how we model to try to be predictive about where we think the density is going in terms of the outlets, bringing a couple of other variables in.
That'd be fantastic. I think you may have answered this question, my kind of final questions. The calls for service note that you made, Will you be looking to display kind of, I think, visually once you've done the analysis in terms of prioritizing the calls for service that the committee's most interested in and saying, here it is generally, and, you know, when you look at things more specifically?
Exactly, and our hope is that, and I don't want to overcommit, so I'm looking at the project team that's closer to this than I am. But our hope is that we're able to build some sort of interactive map that when we come back and present to you in July, or in June, we're able to bring different layers on and off to have the conversation that would allow for us to do things like prioritize different calls for service. And obviously, we would do that in heavy partnership with the departments who oversee that.
Yeah, and I think my final question on your managing license, the business process analysis, will that analysis include any sorts of recommendations? Because I think especially where I think about this is our frequent discussions on capacity with this committee, for instance, and pulling from different data sets and what that all means. Will it include recommendations as well as the analysis of where we're at currently?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Next up is Alder Revere.
Thank you. Obviously, thanks so much, Laura. This was really fascinating. Especially interesting, of course, was how you selected the methodology and the elaborate approach that you and your colleagues took. I want to say, it goes without saying, but thank you so much for your patience tonight. I'm impressed that all four of you not only are here, but stayed until this very late hour. I don't know if any of you learned anything from our sitting here all these many hours that maybe you can't glean from City Channel coverage of our meetings, but maybe it was educational or entertaining in some approach. But anyway, I really appreciate all of the above. I really appreciate the fact that all four of you are here at this late hour, so thank you so much. It shows your commitment to this process. So I just had two questions, I promise. I'll try to maintain my composure here and knowing the hour's late. So despite the late hour, would you mind going, Laura, to the second to last slide about licenses, since that's, you know, what we're here for and that's the name of our committee. So you and I have had several, you know, offline conversations about, I may be exaggerating at this late hour, but kind of torturous experience you and your friends have had, your colleagues have had. Welcome to our world of figuring out capacity for licensed premises. I'm not assigning blame to any particular agency by any means. Jim knows that because Jim's heard my spiel on this since the first day he joined us. But I think it might be interesting to my colleagues, despite the late hour, for you to just give us a little more flavor of the depths of effort that you and your, again, staff colleagues have had to do to try to get through this myriad of kind of segregated, siloed agencies, the fact that numbers don't match from one agency to another. Would you mind sharing a little of your experience with us so that we can feel your pain and appreciate it, what you've gone through as outside perspective to what we deal with regularly?
Yeah, so I was really excited when this project came to our team last year, just because we've been doing a lot of work with agencies about data readiness and trying to solve problems in terms of their service delivery and using data to do that. And so I really see this as an opportunity for us to solve a problem that is sort of facing different departments and really use it as a case study for other instances as we build upon this work and kind of our broader efforts in the city. And so essentially, you know, when this started, we sat down and you know, we were able to say, you know, sitting down with Jim, say, this is the data that we want. You know, we want all of the active licenses and we want all of the data that you have on the licenses, all the columns, essentially. And so what we found, though, is that you know, there was just sort of inconsistency in terms of what was being pulled off of the license and being put into the system, and then how information was kind of flowing between these three departments. And so there was, and I'm looking at Brent because he's been doing a lot of this business analysis, but there are data points around capacity, where building inspection may be calculating capacity different than fire, and that might be different than capacity that's maybe on the initial application, and so, or for some reason on a condition. And so what we at the end of the day, what we'd really like is to have for every license have a capacity that's logged on the license, so that we could say certain things like, at this point in time on this day, this is the authorized capacity in this area. Is that fair? Did I characterize that? And so I think what we've really been just trying to understand is kind of thinking about how, how we are pulling so much rich information off of the actual licenses themselves, and how we're putting it into a format and communicating that to the other departments. Even today, when interviewing a stakeholder on this issue, they were just sharing, and wouldn't it be so great if we saw all of the city records for that business? So if we saw all the public health records, and if we saw, if everything was right there, if I'm going out for some sort of inspection or something like that, I can go to one place. And so what I'm hoping that we're able to do here is kind of highlight how leveraging some additional fields of technology that we already have might kind of give way to laying that foundation.
I appreciate that very much, and I didn't realize that Brent was doing the lion's share of it, so special thank you to you, Brent. If you're the one that's been dealing with again, this bureaucracy where we can't talk to one another, I know that you mentioned that IT is on your team formally, and it really is my hope that as part of your huge efforts to break down these silos, that we can get IT to help us, very importantly, break down like the silo between Acela and Legistar, and the fact that the two don't speak to one another, where I get better information through Legistar, than I can having someone look it up in Acela for me. It just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. And then, just the lost time and accuracy of trying to reconcile between, different systems to verify that, search parameters are the same. So that if somebody is searching for something in one system versus the other, or if it's, if you're asking me to pull something versus Brent to pull something, we're going to come up with the same answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've mentioned to you before, but I do have a dream that one day will be realized that we actually will have capacities listed that are accurate on every single license, that are codified on the printed license, which currently, as all of us know, are searchable on the city clerk's homepage, on their website. But as we've been informed, that there's just no way to systematically have the capacity inserted today on every license, and figuring out how IT can help us get to that once we are comfortable, and it's a big if, but if and when we are comfortable that the number is accurate across all, agencies, source points, and
Exactly.
so
So
forth.
I would be hopeful that we would be able, that this business process analysis is a real tool and resource for the different stakeholder agencies, and we can facilitate a conversation with IT to have those tangible steps about, okay, now this is our optimal business process. Now how do we align our technology solutions with this process?
Absolutely. Really appreciate that. My second area, I promise I won't go past this second last one, is stakeholders. You already mentioned it, music to my ears, that you were interviewing a stakeholder, or whatever you just said a minute ago, yesterday or today. So, one stakeholder, I don't blame her, took leave, and that's the UW and Leslie. But, Jason Elstrip, from the president of Downtown Madison Incorporated, has been here all night because he's so interested in the work of you and your colleagues. So thank you, Jason, for being here all night too, and for your patience. So as you know, that Common Council resolution that this committee saw and recommended adoption of, and the moratorium you laid all that groundwork in one of your first slides. A big issue for us alders that are dealing with the most density is how to engage stakeholders like DMI and the UW in your important work. And so, it's great that you have a specific ALRC briefing schedule, that was memorialized in the adopted resolution and so forth, setting forth making public the good work that you all have been doing. But could you tell us a little more about stakeholder engagement, perhaps what you're doing, which I just wasn't aware that you're already doing, besides the subject matter experts and city and UW folks that you already talked about tonight in your presentation, but the DMIs of the world, the neighborhood associations, that sort of thing would be very helpful, what you've done and what you plan to do in your.
I would envision sitting down with the sponsors of that resolution and kind of walking through what we've done here and talk about, based off of your knowledge of the people who need to be part of this conversation, how can we devise a plan to get to them and get their feedback and their input. I know that there was a little bit of a, do we do all this analysis and then show it to them, or do we talk to them while we're doing the analysis? And I think that there's interest in our community on this topic, and so having conversations along the way I think is an important piece. So I don't have that as a bullet of one of our action items for March, but I would envision us bringing those downtown alders back together to talk about really codifying or formalizing the plan for how that would play out.
Very good, because as you know, one of the resolve clauses of the resolution called out specific stakeholder groups, but then, left it open-ended where it could be anybody. But so when you said, in response to my first question, Laura, that you had just talked to a stakeholder today or yesterday, that wasn't
internal.
That wasn't okay. Internal, thank you.
Yep,
so you haven't. I haven't missed that. You've already started reaching out to outside organizations.
We've only been, with the exception of the UW Police Department.
Yeah. Okay. And that was on your subject matter expert list.
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Look forward to continuing that conversation. Thank you very much. Again, each and every one of you for being here.
Thanks, Alder Verveer. Assistant City Attorney Allen.
Thank you. Mr. Fletcher asked a series of questions about kind of forecasting where we're going with the market. And one of the trends is the state licensing alcohol dispensaries, such as brew pubs, breweries, distilleries. Are they captured in the density study? Because they don't show up in the clerk's office at all. And tasting rooms, I should add.
Yeah, so we're only looking at the A and B licenses off of the active list.
Would it be too late to add those? Because there are some pretty big establishments out there that we don't have any direct control over.
Yeah, I mean, we can add it. I would maybe say it as a third category. Yeah.
In particular, you were talking about Atwood, and there's just around the corner on Willie Street, they are on Atwood. There's a couple of brew pubs there that I'm not sure we have licenses for.
I know, like, Next Door is on the active list. I can go and spot check that to see if they're in there or not. But we'll follow up with you.
All right, Jim, you probably have to contact DOR to get the list, or maybe planning has it.
Yeah, I think planning has access to some of those, because I think Matt Tucker's provided some guidance. I remember Alder Rummel had asked for a map, and planning was able to provide some of the DOR licensed establishments that we didn't have access to.
And we could cross-check that against the license list pretty easily.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. On the point that Attorney Allen raised, I appreciate that. That's a great suggestion. I just wanted to remind me, if you could, Roger, we are able under statute to grant Class C wine licenses to them if they can prove that they're a restaurant, and haven't we done that with some, or is that not a practice? So could one way too that the folks here could get access is by not only looking at Class A and B, but also look at the Class Cs?
They could.
Your mic's not on. Okay.
That could indeed be true. That's kind of, that's an area where I always have to look up the current state of the law, because DOR has one opinion. There's a different reading from Ledge Research Bureau.
Because I remember when the statute changed at this committee, we started seeing applications for Class C only. because they were
Right.
licensed otherwise for, the beer from the state when the statute was amended.
Yeah.
So I guess I just throw that out to all of you, that I'd encourage you to also look at the Class C
Yep.
licenses and try to get that information from DOR. And the zoning code, in case you didn't know, we recently, amended the zoning code to deal with this very issue, which is why Alder Rummel was seeking that information, because she sponsored that ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I've got 3 quick points I want to make. In your list of subject matter experts, if you're looking for another group who I know has a lot of opinions and has some awareness of the subject, the dispatchers for the taxi cab companies will have a lot of experience, and I bet you wouldn't have any trouble getting them to talk. I agree very strongly with everything Alder Rivera said about the business process segmentation. That causes us so much trouble, and if there's anything that you're able to do to shed light on that and draw attention to it and maybe as a result make some change, it's going to make our job easier looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the third one, are any of you aware of the 2012 report on the alcohol license density ordinance?
We are.
Awesome.
And so we have reviewed that. It's in our project file.
Awesome.
And the background, the research, part of the research that we're doing now for the written background section of the report will seek to highlight prior policy actions that the city has taken on this topic, and prior reports and whatnot. So.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much.
They're well aware that ordinance is sunsetting.
Yep.
Hoping that this helps us educate.
Yep.
We should look to sunset.
Excellent. Great. Any other questions, comments? Great. Thank you very much for your time, and I think I can speak for the committee saying we're very excited to see the next steps that you guys take with this.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, item 32, report of recent calls for service. Anything you want to draw our attention to, Captain Friedman?
I don't have anything
All right.
to say about the recent calls for service report.
Okay, and item 33, Mr. Rubik.
The only thing I would say is that the Frame Shift Arts Cafe and the Cider Friends Barn had extensions that were granted this last common council, and that isn't reflected on here, but I updated for the future.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, committee, do I hear a motion to adjourn? I hear a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed have the same privilege. The ayes have it.